Good morning. My name is Charles Nottingham, Chairman of the Surface Transportation Board, and it's a privilege to be with you and with my colleague Doug Buttry, Commissioner Buttry, also with Governor Kulongoski, Congressman DeFazio, distinguished members of the state legislature, local officials, and stakeholders of various sorts and types from here in Oregon. This is an important hearing. We have a full day of witnesses. We will try very hard to keep it moving along so everyone does have a chance to be heard. And with that, I have a brief opening statement, and we will then, I'll turn to my colleague, and then we will start with our first distinguished panel. Good morning again, and welcome. We are pleased to be here today to conduct a field hearing on two related matters: the feeder line application of the Port of Coos Bay and the abandonment application of the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad, also known as CORP. I would first like to thank the General Services Administration and the federal court here for providing this impressive and attractive hearing space today. I would also like to thank the STB staff that has worked hard to put this hearing together in a short time frame. This matter is somewhat unique. CORP has filed an application to abandon the Coos Bay line between Cortez and Vaughn. In abandonment cases, there's a process called the offer of financial assistance that permits an interested party to purchase a line that has been approved for abandonment at fair market value. If the port were seeking to buy nothing more than the portion of the line that CORP is seeking to abandon, this case might focus simply on what the price should be. The port, however, is not seeking to buy only the line segment that CORP is trying to abandon. It has filed a feeder line application to acquire not only that line segment, but also an additional approximately 17 miles between Vaughn and Denebo. And so we have the two side-by-side applications that we are talking about today. The board will evaluate these applications generally under the public convenience and necessity standard. In assessing this standard in abandonment cases, the STB applies a balancing test, weighing shipper and community need for a line against the burden of continued rail service on the rail carrier and on interstate commerce. We look at factors such as how much it costs for the railroad to provide service over the line versus how much revenue the line brings in, and we also look at the impact an abandonment would have on the public. In assessing the public convenience and necessity in a feeder line case, the board looks at factors such as whether the carrier has refused within a reasonable time to make the necessary efforts to provide service, whether the transportation is inadequate for the majority of shippers on the line, and whether a sale is likely to improve service. Now, this board is no stranger to this controversy. We've been following this closely since the sad day last September when the line was suddenly shut down due to tunnel safety concerns that seem to have been subsequently ratified by a FRA, Federal Railroad Administration, review. We have tried our best to avoid getting to this point in the process, because this point in the process involves teams of lawyers, consultants, a lot of money being spent, very legalistic, statutorily driven process. We invited the parties and convened informal mediation in our headquarters offices in Washington, D.C. during the winter months. We stayed in touch with the state of Oregon and the stakeholders to try to see whether a negotiated settlement could be reached. And finally, we had a very important and remarkable hearing in April that Congressman DeFazio joined us for, and others, talking about the common carrier obligation and specifically spending a lot of time talking about this controversy. And it became crystal clear at that hearing that there was not going to be a huge amount of money being given to CORP by the Union Pacific, by the state, by other stakeholders in advance of work beginning on the tunnels and the reopening. And personally, I believe it shouldn't have taken until April and until the board had that hearing to finally get to the realization that as to where the party stood and where CORP stood. But that's the way it played out, and subsequent to that, CORP has initiated the abandonment process. So this board has spent much time and great effort trying to protect this community and make sure that interstate commerce is protected as well, and at the same time to make sure the rights of all the parties are respected. In this country of ours, we don't require businesses, including railroads, to remain in business if they're not able to earn adequate revenues. There are procedures to allow for the exit of the industry and safeguards also to protect shippers. So I look forward to hearing all of these issues explored, how we got to this point, and how we move forward and get to an appropriate outcome. All of the testimony will be considered part of the record in both of these two dockets that we explore today. Let me remind interested parties that there is also time to submit written comments after the hearing. The deadline for comments on the abandonment application is August 28, 2008, and on the feeder line application, the deadline is August 29, 2008. Finally, let me discuss a few procedural matters. We will hear from all the speakers on each panel prior to questions from the commissioners. Speakers, due to our temporary setup here, we do not have timing lights, but we do have a beeper system that will help us keep track of the time. We will not deploy that with our first panel, but we know you're highly experienced at presenting testimony. We don't want to bother you with beeps, but we will resort to them later to keep ourselves on track. As you can see from the published schedule, we have many witnesses appearing at this hearing. I ask that you please keep to your time that you've been allotted. This is particularly important given that the courthouse actually has a closing time, and it's very expensive to keep this place open. Also a reminder to please turn off all cell phones. And lastly and importantly, I wanted to take note that many of you who are familiar with the board were probably expecting to see all three commissioners. We are a three-person body, and that was certainly our plan until, unfortunately, our colleague, our Vice Chairman Frank Mulvey, was involved in a serious bicycle accident on Monday back in the Washington, D.C. area and was hospitalized. He is home and recovering nicely, and we know will be back with us in full force very soon, but he was not able to make this trip, and we have sent him our regards. He will be able to follow this entire hearing on the videotape. It's being taped, and also the record. We have a recorder here taking a full transcription, and that'll be available to Vice Chairman Mulvey. With that, let me turn it over to my colleague, Commissioner Buttrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have an opening statement. I'm going to dispense with that in the interest of time and proceed directly to our witnesses this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Governor Theodore R. Kulongoski, Governor of the great state of Oregon. Thank you again for being with us, Governor.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Buttrey, and I send our regards to Commissioner Mulvey. I don't know if you know Mulvey because I wish he were here. This is probably the bike riding capital of the West Coast in Eugene, and I wish he were here because it's a beautiful, beautiful community. I want to thank the Surface Transportation Board for holding this hearing in Eugene, Oregon. I also want to thank Congressman DeFazio for working cooperatively with my office in trying to find a resolution to this issue we are here to discuss. We have worked together on many issues together, and I know that this is as important to him as it is to me. I want to acknowledge the other elected representatives and local business and community leaders that are here today for this hearing. I find it rather appropriate that we are in the Wayne L. Morris Federal Courthouse. Many people may not remember that Senator Morris was appointed Dean of the University of Oregon Law School in the early 1930s. In 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt appointed Dean Morris to be the chairman of the Federal Railway Emergency Board. His charge in that position was to settle a threatened strike by railroad workers. Here we are again, nearly 70 years later, with another emergency on one of our railroads, and we need your help. This issue and this railroad is of great importance to Oregonians because of its role in our state's economy and especially this region's economy. Rail America's sudden shutdown of the Coos Bay line of the Corp Railroad has created great economic uncertainty for businesses in this region. Let me give you two examples. American Bridge, located to the southern Oregon coast because of the availability of short line rail service. That company has had to forego business opportunities because some of their products, because of size, can be shipped only by rail. Trucking is not an alternative. Southport Lumber invested in a new facility on the old Weyerhaeuser site on the North Spit because of the diverse transportation options, including rail, and its desire to work and grow in the Coos Bay North Bend community. Now the rail option is on indefinite hold. This uncertainty cannot continue. The rail service must be restored. I have two requests. First, accept the Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application to purchase the entire line for a reasonable amount and restore short line service to Oregon's south coast. And second, reject Rail America's abandonment request. I want to emphasize it is important not to segment the line. Rail America's abandonment process would request that you actually segment this line. Having a short line behind a short line would put the port and the business shipping by rail in a precarious and untenable position because they would have to rely on Rail America for the last 20 miles into Danable. Given Rail America's recent actions, I do not believe this would be a positive or workable solution. Furthermore, the regional communities and businesses believe that they are better able to make this vital piece of infrastructure operable and economically sustainable. I believe it is in the best interest of all parties for the board to approve and adopt the application of the International Port of Coos Bay to operate the line. I know you are familiar with the timeline regarding this situation. On September the 21st, 2007, with 1 day's notice, Rail America issued an embargo closing the line, citing unsafe tunnel conditions. From the very first day, Oregon state government offered to work with all the parties to see what could be done to resolve this issue quickly to get the line running again. My office and the Oregon Department of Transportation engaged with the highest levels of Rail America in early October to discuss their plan to fix the tunnels and reopen the line. We were told that a plan to reopen the railroad was forthcoming and that the closure was temporary. Rail America did not develop a plan to ensure that the tunnels were reopened, a $2.9 million fix according to Rail America's own report. Instead, Rail America announced at a press conference without any formal negotiations with the affected parties that they would need a public-private partnership to proceed further with reopening the line. Rail America announced its partnership required that the Port of Coos Bay, the shippers, the Union Pacific Railroad, and the state of Oregon each contribute $4.6 million, a total of more than $18 million to repair Rail America's railroad. Rail America also asked the state of Oregon to provide as much as $16 million over a 5-year period to defray the company's operating costs and make ongoing capital improvements to the line. Rail America further announced that it was not willing to take steps to reopen the line without this investment of private and public dollars. To facilitate a timely resumption of business on the Coos Bay line, Congressman DeFazio and I personally convened a meeting with all of the stakeholders, including Rail America. We told Rail America, repair the tunnels and get freight moving again, and we would work to bring all the players to the table to develop a long-term solution. Rail America rejected that offer. The only option for the board at this time is to adopt the Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application. This solution is the right thing to do on behalf of the employees, the businesses, and the communities that the line serves. Before I close, I want to take this opportunity to talk briefly about the broader issue of investing in the multimodal transportation infrastructure of our nation's smaller rural communities and what you can do as a public body to encourage that all of America be part of an investment strategy that serves all Americans. Over the last decade, we have watched as carrier after carrier has abandoned service to our rural communities. Amtrak discontinued the Pioneer Route, which served eastern Oregon, leaving the region without passenger rail service. Greyhound and Trailways have discontinued bus service in much of rural Oregon. UPS has cut its service, and most recently, airlines have cut back regional air service to many communities because of the high price of fuel. Finally, we have the situation that precipitated this hearing, the loss of freight rail service to a region on the southern Oregon coast. I am concerned when, as in the case of Rail America, a short line railroad system is transformed from a critical economic asset to a liquid asset for a hedge fund's bottom line. At some point, providing infrastructure for rural America cannot be just a bottom line accounting decision. Otherwise, small economic regions like the southern Oregon coast will become more isolated and economically unstable. In short, if something is not done at the national level to foster a national policy of investment in the transportation needs of our smaller rural communities, they will cease to remain economically viable and many will cease to exist. If that occurs, we all lose. This isn't good for our state and it is not good for our country. The population of our small communities represents the best of who we are: independent, resilient, and hardworking. Without your help, or I should say with your help, we can create a national transportation policy that ensures connectivity of our transportation needs to every corner of our nation. Even with deregulation, you, the Surface Transportation Board, are part of that policy solution. I'm asking for your help to reinvest in our small communities and restore economic opportunity across America. Rail America must not be allowed to neglect a line, hold communities for ransom for repair, and if they don't pay up, then overprice it and sell it for scrap. That is not fair. I've always recognized the value of the Port of Coos Bay as the economic engine for Southern Oregon and Northern California coastal communities. One of my first actions as governor was to strengthen the Port of Coos Bay Commission. After several years of hard work, dedication, and new leadership, this region is on the rebound. Whether it is investment in port facilities or completion of the transportation infrastructure, this region is ready to become the economic hub it can be. But without reliable rail service that is reasonably priced, this transformation will not be possible. I ask you to do the right thing, help save these businesses and the jobs they create, and allow this community to help itself. In closing, I appreciate your willingness to listen to Oregonians firsthand and not to rely on just written testimony alone. As you will hear in testimony today, this region is blessed with committed citizens who are ready and able to do their part to restore rail service and preserve their economic future. I urge you to please grant the feeder line application and reject Rail America's abandonment request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. We'll now hear from Congressman DeFazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Buttry, and my best wishes to Commissioner Mulvey in his recovery. It seems to be something that's endemic to members of the Transportation Committee and or former staff, these bicycle problems. We may have to go to the Consumer Product Safety Commission and have a discussion about bicycles. Thanks for traveling here. As you can see, there's a tremendous amount of interest in Southwest Oregon and across the state, as the governor represents the entire state, in the continuation or the restoration of rail service to Southwest Oregon coast. I won't go through the history again because I believe the governor's done an excellent job with that, and in the interest of time I'll depart from my prepared remarks, which I'd submit for the record, and just summarize a few of what I think are the most important points. One very important point is good faith or the lack thereof on the part of Rail America and Corp. And the fact that for several months they had in hand engineering reports pointing to the problems, and during that time period they failed to engage or even inform either the state or the shippers and the affected communities of those potential problems. The fact that they closed the line with less than 24 hours notice because of what they said were extraordinary safety concerns, yet somehow they were still able to run the line to get their equipment out but freight which had been scheduled to go out that day could not go out, but they could remove their equipment. And I think throughout this process they have shown an extraordinary lack of disregard for their common carrier status. As the governor pointed out, he convened an extraordinary meeting in Salem. Without precondition, we brought everybody there to have a discussion because the previous so-called offer by Rail America had, again, with no notice to shippers or affected communities, been announced at a press conference which was called with, again, less than 24 hours notice, seemingly a pattern with this organization, where they made essentially an extraordinary, take it or leave it offer, where they would be made more than whole and would increase the value of their asset with minimal contribution or effort on their part, despite the fact that Rail America controlled this asset for more than a decade before the buyout by the hedge fund. The hedge fund testimony was delivered in Washington that the hedge fund had done its due diligence. Therefore, they did understand the poor condition of the line at the time that they acquired Rail America. So you've got a question if there was ever any intent to operate this over any significant period of time or to make or catch up with the lack of investment by Rail America. At that meeting, again, they essentially reiterated their same position. In fact, they included Union Pacific as someone who would contribute a quarter of the cost. Union Pacific was at that, and I said, have you ever done anything like this? And the answer was no. Would you ever do anything like this? And the answer was no. I mean, from the beginning, it was a preposterous and ill-faith proposal. So we've moved forward from there to the attempts by the state and the community, given the fact that it appears Rail America is not a reasonable entity to deal with, is how do we get the line back in operation? And I think we have at this point a fairly viable plan, absent a couple of problems. We have, again, a bad faith abandonment proposal. Let's take a long line, let's take the parts that we've neglected that are a problem, and we'll cut those off, but let's maintain the upper portion where there is a very short section that could be operated perhaps in the interim for a profit, I don't know, but certainly it would provide a barrier for anybody using the rest of the line, something that would be worse than your normal paper barrier between Class 1 and 2. I would hope that the board would see fit to reject their abandonment petition, and particularly focusing on that issue. And as I understand it, that there is a precedent here, Caddo, Antoine, and Little Missouri Railroad Company versus Surface Transportation Board. The Eighth Circuit found that lines historically operated as a single line should be kept as a single line. And I hope the board will see fit to follow that precedent. I would also encourage the board to order Corp to bring the line back up to FRA Class 2 operation standards before they're permitted to benefit from the sale of assets. In terms of the viability of the feeder line application, I had acquired funds previously there's a rather unique rail bridge on this line that pivots, and it was in very poor condition, and in the previous transportation bill, T21, I had gotten funds for repair. Turned out that the problems were greater than anticipated, and the repairs that were done with that first allocation of funds are adequate to maintain the safe operation of the bridge for probably another decade. So in the last transportation bill, Safety Lou, I got additional funds to finish the job and put the bridge in condition for the next 50 years. That obviously would not make a lot of sense were the line not operating or to be abandoned. So I have, there's a bill pending in the Senate, H.R. 3248, and I even since this had passed out of the House before this issue became apparent that we needed to divert these funds, I did get language inserted on the Senate side in this bill, which is considered a regular, generally non-controversial technical correction bill, to allow the transfer of those funds to the purchase. The National Highway Administration folks had said that they thought that it would require statutory language, and I've provided the statutory language. They didn't think they could do it administratively, although they think obviously it makes sense. So we have that $8 million. The state has $4 million that they wish to contribute. The shippers all along have indicated an interest in participating cooperatively, but Corp has never given them a meaningful opportunity to do that. And I believe the shippers will cooperate and coordinate with the port in its application and contribute, and they have also indicated a willingness to pay additional charges to help defray any potential operating deficits. So I believe we have a very viable proposal for a feeder line application to take over the line, to restore its common carrier status, restore service to the southwest coast, and say goodbye and good riddance to Corp and Rail America. With that, I'd end my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman DeFazio. Just a couple questions, if your schedule permits, and thank you again for being here, both of you. Governor, if I understand, I want to make sure I don't mischaracterize your apparently consistent position from my perspective. We were monitoring this closely from Washington. There were exchanges of public letters between your office and the railroad, and my understanding, your position all along, if I understand it correctly, but let me make sure I have it right, is that the state has been and it continues to be ready and willing to support this line of railroad so long as the current owner, Corp, proceeds with repairing the needed repairs, the tunnels, et cetera, and bringing it back to operating levels.
That's correct.
Because one of my concerns is months and months, and now almost a year has gone by since this closure. And we heard a lot of things coming from the railroad, and I'll be speaking with them about it later today when we have the railroad folks before us. We heard about wet weather in this part of the state. Well, of course. Even this visit's been a reminder that even in the summer we can have wet weather. And so reconstruction of tunnels probably might not be possible until the spring. That sounded, to me, reasonable. But we never saw a procurement plan, a contract, a sketch, a drawing, any kind of activity that would look like pre-construction, things that are done in offices of engineers in rain, snow, indoors, and are necessary precursors to actually reconstructing tunnels, et cetera. Are you aware, is your staff aware of any sort of pre-construction activity that would support the Corp Railroad's assertion that they were ready, willing, and able with some help to get these tunnels reopened? That they were sort of, the Congressman DeFazio mentioned, actually no, Governor, it was you who mentioned that you were told that the reopening plan would be forthcoming.
Yes.
Was there ever any tangible sign of?
The answer to your question is no. I have not seen and I have not been told of any action that Rail America or Corp has done that actually would indicate that they were actually moving forward with the infrastructure investment to improve the rail line by repairing the tunnels or anything else. I came to the conclusion after the meeting in Salem and following this is that I don't think there's ever been an intention of Rail America to actually improve the line. They wanted me to improve it, but they didn't want to improve it. And if they could get us to, and us being the private-public partnership that they talked about, to put up all the money. And what I thought was remarkable about it was not only, because the tunnels are about a $2.9 million investment. And I want to come back to that in just a second, because there is a piece that Congressman DeFazio talked about this, which is very, very important to us. But I think that when you look at the request that I put up, the state put up another $16 million to maintain the ongoing operation of the railroad. I just thought it was I wonder what the next thing they're going to ask me for, if that was ever agreed to. And they just kept upping the ante all the time. Let me go back to one thing. I made a request for you to adopt the feeder line application of the International Port of Coos Bay. There is another issue that Congressman DeFazio raised, which I think is very, very important. And that is that I know that if you do grant that application, there is the issue of the reasonable price of the line that you have to look at and make a determination on. Rail America has had this asset, I understand, for 14 or 15 years. I have never seen anything that shows what investments they've made in this line over that period of time. They told me that it's going to take $2.9 million to get the tunnels up. My request to you, which I think Congressman DeFazio was also requesting, and I'm feeding off of him, is that if you grant the feeder line application of the International Port of Coos Bay, I believe Rail America should be required to repair the tunnels. They can't walk away after all of this and just say, well, it's over with, we're out of here. And I just think that they have some obligation for their lack of investment in the infrastructure of this line over the last 14 years. You can't run it into the ground and walk away and then expect a premium price out of it. It should be reflected in the sale price, the reasonable prices, I think.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, on that point, I think the governor makes an excellent point, and you all are much more familiar with the arcane laws of the regard, feeder line applications and abandonment, all that. I've tried to read through the federal regs and understand it, but as I understand it, generally in a feeder line application, it would either be the company's, lost revenue and or profits that would figure into the acquisition cost, or the liquidation value. And I think the governor makes an excellent point, which is, this line with this neglect, that should somehow come out of, the value of the asset. If you cannot or are unable, for whatever reason, to make them bring it up to standard before the feeder line sale goes forward, then it seems to me that those costs should be deducted from any compensation that they're requesting. Obviously, since they claim to have lost money regularly, that particular way of figuring the value doesn't bear on this. In fact, I guess if it does bear, then they ought to pay the Port of Coos Bay to take it, since they say they're losing money. And I would obviously support that if that were your decision. But that might be somewhat unprecedented. But I think the governor makes an excellent point here about it. This is not short-term neglect, act of God. It's not like what happened to UP up here in Oak Ridge, if you're familiar with that, with a massive slide this last winter, which cost them, in the end, I don't think I ever saw the final figure, tens, I think over $100 million or so, but it was very expensive to repair. This was just ongoing neglect and deterioration during the ownership of Rail America, and the acquirers said that they did do their due diligence, because of course they wouldn't say they didn't do their due diligence, because that wouldn't sit very well with their stockholders, since it's now this hedge fund has gone public. If they did that due diligence, they were aware at the time, and they should have appropriately valued that asset. So there may be some information within their own proceedings when they acquired Rail America that could give you a more fair value for this asset if they did do the proper due diligence, find the neglect and problems, and set a value on it when they acquired it. I don't know whether they did that or not, whether that's, whether that information is available.
Thank you. Governor, I've worked for a governor in the past. I know you can't speak for your legislature when they're out of session about appropriations, et cetera, but what is your sense looking forward if the feeder line application were granted and the Port of Coos Bay were to operate and own this line of railroad? Do you believe the state would be a strong and ongoing financial partner?
The answer to that is yes. One of the things that I have to tell you that you'll hear from some of the legislators, I am by profession a union lawyer. I represented the wood products unions in this particular community years ago, 35 years ago. I could have gone up and down a stretch of the coast here of about 60 miles, and I probably could have put 7,000 or 8,000 union members in the woods and in the mills. I doubt if today you could cobble together 400 or 500 of them. The legislature has recognized the tremendous importance of this Coos Bay North Bend community. It's not just for the southern Oregon coast, but when you look at the state of Oregon, it affects Roseburg and down I-5 into Medford, Ashland, Northern California. In the last 5 years since I've been the governor, that we have collectively, and I mean the legislature has been a partner, we built a new air terminal over in Coos Bay for them. We have actually put millions of dollars aside for dredging of the harbor to get a container ship in. There are a variety of other businesses looking at it, and the legislature has stepped up every time we've talked about trying to improve the economic viability of this particular region. So I see no reason, with all the money we've put into this so far for this community, I don't think we're going to back away from it now, because I think all of us understand this has a much broader application than just Coos Bay, North Bend. It is the whole southern half of the southwestern piece of Oregon and into Northern California. So we'll keep trying to find a solution to make this all work.
And if I could, again, amplify, and I appreciate the attention the governor has paid to the southwest coast. I mean, Coos Bay is sort of, I mean, it's this extraordinary asset that's, it's waiting. I mean, they've come close on a number of interesting economic development activities that relate to the port. I met with Maersk a year ago, March, to talk about their interest in a container facility at Coos Bay, which at that time was, they felt, a pretty immediate need for an additional West Coast container facility, given the congestion problems elsewhere. I think that's part of what underlays the actions here of Corp and Rail America. They were anticipating that if they could, they embargoed the line, but they really didn't want to abandon it. I think only because of the push by the public and the board have they gone to the point of filing an abandonment. But as you can see, they still think this line might have some future value, because they want to maintain that section that connects to the main line up here, so they can become a new paper barrier in terms of accessing the port. Coos Bay has unique characteristics in terms of the capability of being a container port. They have enough land area, unlike most ports in America, where they could put together 100-unit trains with one pull, as opposed to 5 pulls or more in Seattle or Tacoma or anyplace else. And I worked with the port and met with Maersk and talked to UP about this. Maersk more recently has come in and said, look, it's kind of on hold now because of the problems with the economy. I mean, we don't see the business case being just 2 years out now. It's probably further out than that, but we are still interested. So the potential value of this line down the road, I think, is part of what underlays this kind of odd dance we had, where they didn't want to abandon it, but they had embargoed it because they were losing money on current operations, but they could see a future value, and I think it also underlays why they want to maintain that little upper section. And I would hope that someone who's more willing to take the current risk of operating, meeting the common carrier status, being the port, and also hope that someday it becomes a more valuable and viable asset, would receive more favorable consideration than would Rail America and Corp.
Thank you, Congressman. Governor, do you want to
I just
expand on
wanted to
that?
tell Peter, I flew to Amsterdam to meet with the container company, and everything he said is absolutely the same thing that I was told about their business decisions. It's just the economy. You know, one thing I'm interested in, and I don't know as much about it maybe as I should, is this, the piece that Rail America wants to keep between Danville, which is the Eugene side of this, into Vaughn. Vaughn, it was an old company town. It was the IP mill out there for years. And it's down, it's gone. But I just don't see, and I said this in the beginning, I don't see how this could be, a feeder line application could be viable by having this situation where to get to Eugene, I have to go through another short line. It just doesn't make any sense.
And Governor, we will be certainly exploring that with future panels too.
Okay.
The Congressman mentioned one of a very important case out of the 8th Circuit, the Caddo case, which is very relevant. And we certainly, I have some concerns about segmentation. It's not certainly not an ideal scenario. So we'll be exploring that to try to learn more about what the railroad is thinking there, and also what the law actually allows or provides for.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Buttrey, questions?
One of the things about being chairman, Mr. Chairman, is that you get to ask all the good questions up front. So I'm going to dispense with any questions I might have. I think the ones that I would have been adequately addressed in the record, but I do appreciate your showing up today and to testify, and your presence here certainly says more than anything else probably about your seriousness and your eagerness to get this matter solved, and we're going to take it under serious consideration. We appreciate very much
Thank you, sir.
your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd now like to invite the second panel forward. We have a panel of government officials, and that would include, if I've got my list right, this would be panel 1B. The Honorable Floyd Prozansky from the Oregon State Senate, the Honorable Joanne Berger from the State Senate, the Honorable Jeff Cruz from the State Senate, the Honorable Susan Morgan from the House of Representatives of the state, the Honorable Bruce Hanna from the State House of Representatives, the Honorable Arnold Roblan from the State House, and the Honorable Paul Holvey from the State House. Each of you have been allocated up to 5 minutes. Again, all of your statements will be on the record. If you care to sum them up in shorter than 5, that's perfectly acceptable too. And as soon as you're settled, I'll start on your left, my right, with State Senator Floyd Prozansky. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you. For the record, my name is State Senator Floyd Prozansky. I also would like to thank the Surface Transportation Board for conducting this field hearing here in Oregon. The Coos Bay line runs through part of my Senate district, which is Senate District 4. I'm here to oppose the Corp's proposal to retain ownership and operation of the first 17 miles of the line west of Eugene, known as the Danville to Vaughn area.
I cannot hear adequately. I think there's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, thanks. If I could ask the audience to please take conversations out of the room. Folks in the back window area, if you could. We do, because this is a public space, it's the noise is a lot of walking around, everything. When you feel the need to have discussions, please exit. There's plenty of room out in the rest of the courthouse, but we want to make sure we can hear our witnesses. Senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose Corp's proposal to retain ownership and operation of the first 17 miles of the line west of Eugene, known as the Danville-Vaughn section, for the following reasons. First, allowing Corp to keep the first 17 miles of the line will add a level of inefficiency that will prevent profitable operation of the whole line. Second, it will give Corp and Rail America control over pricing, quality, and frequency of service to the Class 1 railroad interchange in Eugene. Third, Corp and Rail America would unfairly benefit from the work that the port, shippers, state, and local governments are doing to get the line back up and running. In other words, Corp is attempting to cherry-pick the line by asking to have the 17 miles that are just west of Eugene. This would be a damaging precedent for the board to set, especially in rural areas of the country where rail service should be and must be maintained economically viable units. We have no other way to provide rail service in this region except to maintain that line as one single operating line, as one feeder. I further oppose Corp and Rail America's application to outright abandon the line. Aside from the enormous economic impacts to our region, there are serious environmental impacts of tearing out physical structure of the line. Much of the line runs along the edge of streams, rivers, and lakes. Many of these waterways are home of sensitive and threatened species. Salvaging the line will destabilize the banks and present erosion problems and leading to more sedimentation into the water. Salvaging activities will also impact the salmon and trout spawning and rearing areas and will interrupt the migration patterns of these fisheries. There are a number of bridges that would have to be removed, and the environmental impact of working directly in these waterways and removing footings from the beds and banks of these waters would would be dramatic and would also be a recipe for disaster. In Oregon, we take environmental responsibility very seriously. We work hard to improve and protect fish and wildlife habitats. Instead, I'm here to urge the board to support the feeder line application of the Port of Coos Bay. Leaving the line intact on the ground is the best way to return this operation. It will be the best solution for the area. In fact, I see this as a win-win solution for the rural communities that are on the line that are located in this area and will in fact better protect the surrounding environment. This line is important to maintaining our job base and maintaining the quality of life of rural communities that it serves. In closing, let me summarize from a perspective of a prosecutor, which is my day job. I believe the actions of the Corp and Rail America to walk away from operating the Coos Bay line was unconscionable. Not only did they fail to give adequate notice to the port, the shippers, and state and local governments, they took these entities by hostage and then attempted to extort money from the state of Oregon in making the improvements to the infrastructure of their line that they had neglected over the years. And that is wrong. I'm here to also commend Congressman Peter DeFazio for his strong leadership and advocacy at the federal level once these issues came about. And also here to commend the work of Governor Kulongoski for taking a very strong stand against such strong-arm tactics attempted to be applied by Rail America and the Corporation. I'm now asking the board to do the same. By rejecting the Corp and Rail America's application and by approving the Port of Coos Bay application, you will in fact be doing the right thing. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention and being here today. I will, at the appropriate time, try to answer any questions you may have. And at this time, I'd like to introduce my esteemed colleague, Senator Joanne Verger.
Thank you, Senator Verger. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Boutry, for the record, I am Oregon State Senator Joanne Verger, representing parts of 6 counties in the Oregon coast from Coos Bay to Lincoln City. I am here today in opposition to the abandonment application by the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad and in support of the feeder line application by the International Port of Coos Bay. Having spent 8 years as the mayor of Coos Bay before serving 8 more years in the Oregon legislature, I have been working with the Port of Coos Bay since 1992. Today, there is welcome new leadership at the port, a recognized economic engine for Southwest Oregon. These experienced commissioners and staff have given new hope to this once vibrant community. This leadership understands the global economy and Oregon's potential. This potential includes the need right now for new ownership of the entire Corp line from Coos Bay to the Union Pacific Interchange in Eugene. You will hear today from shippers and others impacted by the unacceptable actions of a rail company that has shown a hard and shocking callousness for the consequences of these actions. The regrettable human and economic fallout since the announcement of the embargo is easy to identify in an area well acquainted with economic disaster brought on by mill closures and severe regulations. The once familiar fear now once again strikes the hearts of our families and the owners of small business who are dependent on stable paychecks to survive. The loss of a rail line to the coast can only mean more loss of jobs, declining revenue to governments by large property taxpayers, and declining services. So once again, the economic health of the coastal community is seriously threatened, and the people feel it. You know, like you know when a storm is coming? Remember, these are the same communities that are already struggling from the decline of their fishing industry and could now face the loss of manufacturing jobs. Silence is golden is a motto that I've always appreciated as a public servant. However, there are times when an entity's silence speaks volumes, which seems to be the case here, where we have heard nothing from Union Pacific Railroad, who faces tremendous financial responsibilities if this abandonment were allowed to go forward. There is a rail bridge to be dismantled and tracks to be removed. Has Union Pacific no voice? Are they just going to receive the bill in the mail? Faced with this outcome, any silence to me seems deafening. But none of this has to happen. With the ability of our port to secure this vital piece of infrastructure, we no longer would be held hostage. Our two-lane roads would not continue to face the dramatic increase in heavier truck traffic, and consumer confidence can return. I have served on the Transportation Committee since I was first elected to the legislature in 2000. For years, our short line railroads have had little maintenance or repair, shamefully neglected. The Corp line still demanded profit, much as a starved horse just beaten to cross the finish line. By contrast, our new port commissioners were carefully appointed by the governor for their reputations of integrity and commitment to the people of southwestern Oregon and the economic future. They will accept the challenge of owning a rail line in the same responsible way that they've turned this port in a positive direction since they were appointed. We cannot change the calculated and unprofessional actions of a rail company, but we can change the ownership. Unlike the past, we can commit ourselves to Oregonians and the future of their families. We can do this by placing the responsibility for the entire Corp line into the hands of our qualified port commissioners, where they will put their best business practices to work. Only then can we be free of this blackmail. As good stewards of this important infrastructure that moves our products to market, that protects our manufacturing job base, we can have a vision of the future for a possible way to move people for the sake of the environment and for future congestion. I beg of you to approve the feeder line application by the International Port of Coos Bay, and I greatly appreciate your being in Oregon today. I'd like to now introduce Senator Coos.
Thank you, Senator Coos. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Senator Jeff Coos, representing Oregon Senate District Number 1, which covers all or parts of 5 counties in southwestern Oregon. In fact, between Senator Verger and myself, we represent 2/3 of the Oregon coast. Natural resources and the ability to get them to market is the lifeblood of our communities. I want to thank the STB for holding this hearing, as the issue is vital to our future. I join my colleagues in urging that the board keep the line intact. The 20-mile section of the line from Danabo to Vaughan should not be broken off from the main line. I also oppose Corp's application to abandon the line and support the Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application. It is critical to the economic, social, and environmental future of the region that the Coos Bay line be brought back into operation. Making the region's economy work and maintaining the quality of life without the Coos Bay line will be extremely difficult. The coastal areas of Coos, Douglas, and Lane counties, as well as Curry County, are comprised of a very narrow flat band at the base of the Coast Range of mountains. Because of the ocean storms and the geology of the Coast Range, the area is prone to slides and road closures, especially in the winter rainy season. For this reason, increasing the capacity of the coastal highway is a difficult task that the state and counties have spent and continue to spend a great amount of money on. The coastal state highway, Highway 101, is the main street of all the small towns it passes through. As is typical of most small town America, so not only is the highway the main north-south transportation route for the region, it is also the major commercial area as well, and is well used by local rural communities. Further, the geography of southwest Oregon, especially in the Coast Mountain Range, is one of narrow, steep-sided valleys. There are 3 main highways that connect the coast with the I-5 corridor in the Central Valley. All 3 lateral connectors wind through the Coast Range Mountains. Again, these highways form the main streets of all the local communities they pass through, representing the same issues with local commercial and residential traffic. They are also subject to geologic instability, especially in the winter rainy season, when it is common for slides and flooding to close the road. There is no other rail link to the region. If the Coos Bay line is abandoned, all of the traffic that now flows in and out of the region on trains will be transferred to trucks. The substantial additional number of trucks has been well documented in filings to the STB. There are no 4-lane roads serving the region. All of the rural communities are served by winding 2-lane roads. We are talking about the addition of a great many more heavy, noisy, and very large trucks, causing substantially more wear and tear and pollution than passenger cars. Especially to our rural communities, this increased truck traffic represents serious safety and quality of life issues. Within the forest products industry, it is commonly understood that it takes from 3 to 4 trucks to haul what can be hauled on one rail car. The additional fuel to run raw materials and finished goods is very significant. The additional pollution generated from that fuel is significant. The additional traffic that will be clogging the main streets of our communities is significant. I urge the STB to consider the impact on rural communities of abandoning the line. This is an asset that is clearly more valuable operating, helping maintain our manufacturing job base, the economic viability of our communities, and our rural way of life. Early on, you, Mr. Chairman, asked the governor if the legislature would support the actions he has proposed. I want to tell you that what you have in front of you now is a completely bipartisan group of legislators representing the Senate and the House. We have and will continue to step forward to support the viability of southwestern Oregon, and it's not a matter of question. This is not a political issue with us. This is an economic survival issue for a significant part of the state of Oregon. So I do want to thank the governor for the work he has done, and we will continue to support his efforts as we have up till now. So that's, you were wondering where we would be, that is where we are. Again, I want to thank the STB for this opportunity to speak, and we'll welcome any questions. And with that, I will turn it over to my good friend, Representative Morgan.
Representative Morgan, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ham and Commissioner Buttry. For the record, I'm Susan Morgan, State Representative for House District 2, parts of Douglas, Josephine, and Jackson counties. I've served in the Oregon legislature for 10 years and worked primarily on fiscal issues in the budget arena. I also serve as chair of the Southwest Oregon Transportation and Economic Development Work Group, a partnership of public and private sector interests striving through transportation infrastructure investments to foster job creation and retention in the 5 counties of Southwest Oregon. I thank the Surface Transportation Board for the assistance you gave the work group when you sent your staff to Oregon in January of this year to help us understand the regulatory framework that the board works within. Your assistance then and your continued interest is greatly appreciated. With your permission, I have included with my written testimony a copy of a brochure that details the orientation of the work group to rail and other transportation modes in Southwest Oregon, and the members of the work group are on the back cover. Again, this is a bipartisan group of folks. Today, I join my colleagues in opposing the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad and Rail America's application to abandon the Coos Bay rail line and to oppose the separation of the Danabo to Vaughan section from the rest of the line. Also, I'm here to strongly and respectfully urge the board to approve the Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application. Restoring all of the line to operation is a critical issue for us. In rural Southwest Oregon, our economic strength is in natural resources. The economic backbone of the region is the forest products industry. At all levels, we've been working mightily to diversify our economic base, and we have attracted businesses like American Bridge, fabricators of very, very large metal structures. For Coos, Coastal, Douglas, and Lane counties, this manufacturing sector relies on the Coos Bay line to bring in raw materials and to ship finished goods to market in the most cost-effective way. The success of these businesses depend on putting products into national and international markets at competitive rates. Raising transportation costs diminishes their ability to competitively market their products. If the Coos Bay line is not reopened, our best jobs are at risk. Manufacturing jobs in the forest products industry and in metal fabrication are solid family wage jobs with good employee and family benefits. These are the kind of jobs that communities depend on. When we consider the shippers on the line that are affected by this discussion, we're talking about approximately 750 jobs. Using the standard multiplier that 3 jobs will be created in the service sector for each manufacturing job, we're considering the future of over 2,200 jobs. This is a significant portion of the jobs in the coastal region, and it underlies the importance of operating the Coos Bay line. If the Coos Bay line is abandoned, shipping costs will permanently be significantly increased. Manufacturers will begin to make capital investment decisions that reflect the non-competitive nature of the coastal locations. We will see manufacturing jobs decrease. Further, these industrial sites are important sources of revenue to county and local governments and are often among the largest property tax payers. As the value of these sites diminish, revenues to counties and local taxing districts will decrease. As we saw in the early 90s when the federal lands were withdrawn from the productive land base, the vitality of rural communities suffers greatly. As manufacturing jobs end, small businesses that depend on the paychecks of people who work in these high-wage jobs suffer. Service businesses, whether they are grocery stores or machine shops, depend on manufacturers to keep them viable. The people that work in these jobs and the families they support are at the heart of our communities. These are the people that serve on school boards, city councils, and fire district boards. They belong to the service clubs and the chambers of commerce. They coach the Little League teams and they're active in the churches. They are important to the social fabric and stability of our communities. The Port of Coos Bay is ready to step forward and reopen this railroad. The state of Oregon has strongly signified our support to the port's proposal. Together with the port, the state, our federal representatives, and the shippers have worked hard to chart a path to reopening this rail line. We know that without the rail line in operation, we're looking at a declining regional economy. Please work with us to restore service to the line so that we can build a strong future. Again, I sincerely thank the Surface Transportation Board for coming to Eugene today and giving us the opportunity to talk to you about our future, and I pass the microphone to Representative Hanna.
Thank you.
in a global economy. In order to stay competitive, Oregon needs an effective and comprehensive rail system in order to transport products to and from markets abroad. Thanks to the work of our local, state, and federal leaders, Oregon has taken significant steps to improve our multimodal transportation infrastructure. We have made significant investments in Southern Oregon, including investments to repair bridges on the Coos Bay line. Simply put, now is not the time to reverse those efforts. Oregon will become less competitive in the global economy if this vital transportation link is allowed to disappear. The closure of this line will directly threaten many businesses and the family wage jobs they provide to Oregonians. Southern Oregon cannot afford to lose more jobs, especially any of those in the natural resources industries. It seems to me that the situation facing your board is clear. The board can choose short-term gain by allowing a key infrastructure asset to be ripped apart and sold for scrap. Or the board can choose long-term investment in the future, preserving rail transportation for Oregon and the entire region. That is why I join many Oregonians here today in urging the board to reject the proposed abandonment and discontinuation of service of the Coos Bay line. In order to protect the market, I also want to express my opposition to allowing Corp Rail America to maintain ownership of the eastern portion of the line from Danabo to Vaughan. In addition, I urge the board to support the feeder line application from the Port of Coos Bay to allow the port to acquire the line and to restore it to its operation. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to tell you about an important issue to Oregonians. I'd like to now introduce Representative Arnie Roblin.
Thank you, Representative Hanna. Please proceed, Representative Roblin.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry, for having the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, my name is Arnie Roblin. I'm State Representative, House District 9, which originates in Coos Bay and goes up 60 miles on the coast to Florence, and represents parts of the 3 counties that are affected by this line. I really first want to say, allow me to thank the Surface Transportation Board for giving Oregonians this opportunity to talk about the impact that the Coos Bay line has on our region. Prior to becoming a representative, I worked for 32 years in the education system in Coos Bay, first as a math teacher and then as the principal of the high school, and watched during those 30 years a decline in our ability to have family wage jobs in our area. And when the closure of this line happened, again, it struck me, because for many of those years I watched as families were torn apart, as family members had to go find other work other places. And we had begun the rebuilding of our local area with a number of businesses, including Southport, which you'll hear from later, a local group of local people, students of mine actually, who went together to build a plant and needed this rail line. And my wife is another elementary principal, and I watched as one of her staff members, whose husband worked for Corp, had to transfer and move when this line went under. And so it reawakened a lot of the memories that happen in rural communities as we go through this area. And so I joined my colleagues in urging that the board oppose the Corp and Rail America's application to abandon the Coos Bay line. I oppose allowing Corp and Rail America to retain control of the Danabo to Vaughan section of the line. The line should not be broken up. I strongly support the Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application to restore the line to service, and respectfully urge that the board to support that application also. The feeder line application is key to the region's economic future. As my colleagues have described, without the rail line, the future of our communities and our families is surely dimmer. With the rail line, we have a strong chance to maintain and grow our job base. As the board moves forward with their deliberations, I respectfully ask that you be mindful of 3 things. First, the value that is set for the line is critical to the success of the continued operation of this line. The line cannot be saved if the sale price is too high. Most of Corp's and Rail America's value of the line is in the salvage value of the steel. Because scrap values for metal are at an all-time high, if the metals market were in their normal range, the value of this line would be much, much less. And I would consider looking at the value of scrap at the time of their acquisition of this line. Second, I would ask you to consider that Corp and Rail America embargoed the line because they did not do the maintenance on the tunnels. Their own engineering report clearly states that the tunnels lagging and shoring were rotting out and that the timbers were far beyond useful life. We've talked a lot about the fact that it rains on the coast, and keeping those tunnels so that they drain is an important aspect of rail maintenance. And if you look at some of where the rotting took place, it was obvious that there was standing water in those tunnels. Corp and Rail America should repair the tunnels and return them to the operational condition before they can sell the line. It seems fundamentally unfair that Corp should walk away from their lack of maintenance of the line and pocket millions of dollars from salvage or selling the line, leaving the port and the citizens of Oregon to make things right. Third, please consider that many attempts have been made by the shippers, the port, the legislature, and the governor to work with the Corp and Rail America. Since the line has been shut down, we have all been struck with the unwillingness of Corp and Rail America to work with us. We have been given conflicting information, timelines that have not been honored, and negotiation positions that have shown that Corp and Rail America are not interested in negotiating a mutually beneficial outcome. Again, it is my sincere hope that the board will rule in favor of the feeder line application and value the line at a reasonable amount so that Port can get the line up and running. For the future of Coos, coastal Douglas, and Lane counties, this is extremely important. This rail line will make the difference between a future that will see economic decline or a future that has the potential for growth. Again, I want to thank you for your time and your attention, and we'll be glad to answer any questions, and I would look forward to passing the microphone to Representative Paul Holvey.
Thank you. Representative Holvey, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Holvey, and I'm the state representative for District 8 in Oregon. That district includes parts of Lane County, including South and West Eugene, and this building, actually, so welcome, and the communities of Bonita, Vaughn, and Notai. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the board concerning the Coos Bay Rail Line, the abandonment application of the Central Oregon Pacific Railroad, and the feeder line application of the Port of Coos Bay. The rail line is partially located in the district I represent and follows U.S. Highway 126 into Eugene. I do have reservations about the environmental impacts of some of the proposed economic activities of the Port of Coos Bay and this rail line, but those issues, in my opinion, are not the focus of this discussion. The existence of this rail line and its importance to the future of transportation needs and the economy of this region are of the utmost importance for the board to consider. It is essential that this rail line be able to continue to move freight between Coos Bay and Eugene. The increased truck traffic on our highways due to the cessation of this rail service is both inefficient and poses increased public danger to highways that are already under consideration of being safety corridors by the Oregon Department of Transportation. The potential for future passenger or commuter traffic on part of this line is also an important consideration in continuing this rail line. The abandonment of this line should not be allowed. The continued operation of any part of this line by the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad or Rail America should not be grounded. They have failed in operating this line responsibly and have not, in good faith, met their obligations to the people of Oregon. The Port of Coos Bay is in a position and has the motivation to meet this obligation to operate this rail line, and I support their feeder line application. And Chair Nottingham, having spent most of my adult life in the construction industry, I can tell you that in the state of Oregon, the construction industry for infrastructure projects does not wait for the rain to stop. Again, thank you for the opportunity to address the board and considering my comments.
Thank you, Representative Holvey, and all of the representatives and senators. I just have maybe one quick question, if I maybe give each member a few seconds to answer, because I hope it will be quick. And it's not meant to be I'm not trying to pin you down, but I know when you return to the legislature, chances are, if you're like most state legislatures in these difficult times, you'll be faced with some tough prioritization choices, some budget shortfalls potentially. Give me a sense, because if we were, hypothetically, if we were to approve this feeder line application, a key consideration, I believe, is going to be financial viability, so we're not back here a year from now having to see the line closed because the next owner couldn't make it financially work. Give me a sense, each of you, if you could. Is this seeking funding for this line? Is this a top issue for you? Top 3, top 10? Important. You'll write a letter about it, but you've got other top. I mean, try to get this board a sense of what the future might look like for legislative support.
Chairman Nottingham, I can speak from my perspective that as you look at this table and you look at who's here as to what political affiliations we have, what chambers we serve, we all are here united for one thing, and that is to make certain this line does in fact stay open in the sense of reopening it, and that it stays as intact as one line. We'll do everything we can with the power that we have and with the resources we have to accomplish that. Now, can I tell you in the crystal ball what we're going to end up doing actually in January of '09? I can't, but I can tell you there's a unified force here. We wouldn't be here today if we weren't wanting you to take very seriously the application of the port. And we will, in fact, as we have in the past, as the governor said, stand up and do the best we can with what we have to make sure it works. And to what level? That's probably out of my pay range. You might want to ask one of the members from Ways and Means as to what they did. But I can tell you, lastly, that we did have discussions during a short mini session earlier this year. And we were looking at what we could do then, and we knew at that point we needed to have a unified force as we do today, that we needed to have your attention. We have it today, and again, thank you. And we will, in fact, do everything we can financially and morally to the communities that are impacted to make certain that we are able to help deliver the needs and the support that the port will need to make this successful.
Senator Berger, anything you can offer in 30 seconds or less? If you can?
As a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I think that I can say that the budget's going to be tight, but I can also tell you when you read the brochure of the way that we have unified for the other projects that the governor mentioned to you, I think that you're going to find very strong support because it affects so much of the part of Oregon, because it has a human face on it, and because it is the economic engine.
Thank you. Senator Cruz.
Senator Berger is right. We are going to be facing some very, very tough budget decisions, but those decisions will be in the areas of education and health care. This runs a separate track from those, I think in the big picture of things, because we're going to be trying to figure out how we parse out hundreds of millions of dollars as opposed to what we're looking at the commitment here for, and it does fit in economic development. So while we're going to fight over some big budget issues, I don't think this is one that will rise to that level of discussion. I think we'll just move forward with it.
Thanks. Representative Morgan?
Just a couple of additional points. I think that the legislature is very, very much connected with the thought that it's people that pay income taxes in the state of Oregon that actually pay for the state's ability to buy services. And so keeping people working and creating opportunities for increased employment is a very high priority for the legislature. The other thing is that we have just completed 2 go-rounds of a new program that we call Connect Oregon 2, which is a lottery-backed bonded program that is dedicated to modes of transportation that are not the roads. So it's dedicated to seaports and airports and the rail system. And there have been 2 sessions of the legislature where the legislature has dedicated $100 million in bonds that are bought back by lottery proceeds. And it is very much assumed that the next session of the legislature will reauthorize that program for a 3rd go-round. And it has become a very significant funding opportunity. The money is divided up by region, with a piece of it reserved for projects that have a statewide significance. And that program has been instrumental in helping a number of short-line railways already in this state, and is a source of funding that I think is very viable for this project.
Thank you. And just real briefly, Representative Hanna.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mentioned in my opening testimony I'm the House Republican leader. I believe I can tell you for that caucus, jobs in the economy will be a key issue, and maintaining this rail system is key to Oregon's future in terms of jobs in the economy. I believe you will have great support.
Representative Roble.
Thank you. I think Representative Morgan mentioned Connect Oregon too, and I fully anticipate that transportation will be one of the number one or number two focuses on this next legislative session. This will be a part of it. Our legislatures here are definitely committed to it, and I believe that a vast majority of legislators, as we saw with the port projects this last session went through unanimously, that there is a commitment by the legislature to move forward in this area. So I see no problem with us finding those resources necessary to make this work.
Thanks. And last but not least, Representative Holdy.
Thank you. Into the line here. I just have to agree with my colleagues. I think that this is going to be seen very common sense wise as a great investment for returning more revenue to the state of Oregon, and would be very timely for us to do the financing of this as quickly as possible.
Thanks. That concludes my questions for this panel. Commissioner Buttrey, any questions?
In reading the record here and also hearing the testimony here today, I get the impression that the state has made a substantial commitment to the Port of Coos Bay and to its future as a container port. Are there container operations there now, or is that something that you foresee engaging in the near future?
I believe that you're absolutely correct in that we have had a tremendous investment in it, and I think that we feel that the future of the Port of Coos Bay is very, very viable. Does that answer you?
Am I correct in assuming that the state has already expended, I heard of something about dredging operations and those kinds of things.
Yes.
When I think of dredging operations, I usually think of the Corps of Engineers and federal dollars going into the dredging operations to get the port ready for post-Panamax type container vessels. Do you have can you give us some feel for what kind of financial commitment the state has made in terms of preparing the port for those kinds of vessels to operate in and out?
Yes, the financial commitment that was made to the port was $60 million, but that comes over, there are checkpoints that comes over a period of time, that the first $5 million was for the environmental impact statement, and so that has been limited. Of course, we were looking at the container shipping in a very short term coming into the port, and that has been extended now, and so that will wait to have to see how long that's going to take. But the Port of Coos Bay has really held a strong reputation in the legislature, and I think that the commitment to them is there, but certainly the funds are not, that's not a $60 million project, you understand. That's just the state's part of that project.
Right. Am I safe in assuming also that the reason that you have undertaken these huge financial obligations is because it was your assumption that this rail line was going to continue to operate in a continuous fashion all the way from the port to Eugene and beyond?
Oh, absolutely.
In total reliance on that
absolutely.
Prospect.
Yes, the entire development of the North Spit.
Representative Morgan, did you have something you wanted to add? It looked like you had something you wanted to say.
Well, I think just to reiterate what Senator Verger has said, that the $60 million investment that the state of Oregon has made in the port is predicated on a lot of trust that we have in the Port Commission and in the folks that run the port itself. They've done a great job working that project through, and as the governor said, it is now just where it is because of the international economy and the national economy. In addition to that, the legislature has invested $10 million in building a new terminal at the North Bay Airport and has made significant investments through several state programs in other industrial infrastructure type things in that region.
Representative Roblin, I was going to ask you the next question.
Okay,
So
I'll do both. So
you can do both at the same time. Hey, are you been closing schools in these neighborhoods?
We have.
I understand that there's been a considerable migration of families, working families.
In Coos Bay, we've closed 9 schools in the time that I've been there, elementary schools. So more than half of the schools that we had in the region when I started there in 1972. So yes, that is a part. The other thing, the state also made an investment in making a spur on the North Spit to connect all of the rail. So we have a spur that goes out past Southport and others that was built by the state. We helped with the Corp to do an interchange at a highway where that came in. So a number of improvements were made by the state to be able to get rail off of the North Spit and into this line. So with always with the expectation that line would always be there.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, panel. We'll dismiss you now. Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you in the weeks and months ahead, and appreciate your participation. I will now invite the next panel of government representatives forward. And this would be panel 1C, representing the Coquille Indian Tribe, Tom Yonker. From the Oregon Department of State Lands, Louise Soliday. And from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, Keith Anderson. And before this next panel begins, let me just remind the audience too, in between these panels, we do get a lot of ambient noise, a lot of conversation. So if we could just please, if you exit, take conversations outside so we can not lose too much time between panels. And with that being said, let me begin by saying welcome, panel. Thank you for being with us today. And we'll start with our first statement from Tom Yonker with the Coquille Indian Tribe.
As he said, my name is Tom Yonker. I'm the vice chair of the Coquille Indian Tribe, but I also have lineage with the Coos, Loramquan, Sayusla tribe, because we kind of TV creep back and forth. So both of our tribes are very much interested in this area because we're fixed there. We're going to stay there, and we have generations, and nobody knows how long we've been there, but we've been there for generations upon generations. And as you look at all the people that are going to speak, like you take Jason Smith, his grandfather worked with, my father worked for him as a Jippo logger. And then his father went into the lumber business and things, and then now he's involved in it. So people want to stay in that area because it's a beautiful area. It's got a lot of opportunities, and it's got a lot of history and heritage. And I've worked with kids in the school district like Arnie has, and Arnie and my wife worked for Arnie when he was a principal at the school district. But all of these people are totally involved. They want to stay there. And what our coastal communities are becoming is homes for people who can afford to be there from May to October. We're losing school children because we have people who own second homes on the coast. It's going up and down all the coast. And so we're losing jobs because we can't afford to produce things because of transportation. And I go to a lot of meetings and talk to a lot of our people who live there. The fishermen, they're facing wave energy parks, fish reserves, federal regulations and everything else. Plus they also have problems with ice plants and things like this to cool their product, but they need to get them to market. And a rail is a good way to do things like that. And we want to develop the North Spit. My great-grandmother and her family were born there. My grandmother was born there, and I remember her saying to me, and I was a young boy at the time, and she told me where she grew up and this type of thing, and I'd say, how old are you, Grandma? She said, I was born in 1863. Figure it out for yourself. So she was kind of a smart aleck, but they all lived on that North Spit, and all of our tribes were around there. And it seems like we've taken an interest. We want that area to develop. So we've built green buildings. We're trying to do environmentally sound things. And when you think about the carbon footprint of running trucks up and down the road as opposed to barges and shipping, it doesn't compare. And when you go down Highway 38, I came up Highway 38 to the Highway 5 today. In a little 15-mile area from Reedsport to Scottsburg, 4 chip trucks, gasoline trucks, 18-wheelers. I pulled over on the sideline because they got to get their jobs done. And I was in an older car, and I'm traveling along at 55 miles an hour, and they're going 60. And so I pulled over, and 4 of those 18-wheelers had to pass me in that 15 miles. 5 came the other direction. And as they were talking about things that Bridge has to bring down the road, they had huge I-beams that they were bringing down the road. And it's not a safe area. And I have never seen this before in my whole life of traveling up and down. I've traveled hundreds of thousands of miles on that because I coached 3 sports a year for 30 years. And we had to travel to Eugene once a week. And I traveled up and down there carrying kids. And they still have to do the same thing. But to find that many chip trucks in a 15-mile, and I looked out on the highway as I came around the corner, and there was 1 casualty already this morning. And that was a nice big black bear. He was dead in the road. He couldn't even get across the highway there. So it's going to, and one of your members is a biker. That's a beautiful place to bike. But if we continue with this amount of traffic on that road, it's going to be very difficult for you as a biker to go down and enjoy the coastal roads because they're going to be jammed with 18-wheelers and all the things that are there. We have so many things that we can offer, and we have such good legislatures. They do a tremendous job as you listen to them. They're vested in the community. They're vested in all the things. We have to be able to have our children be able to get an education and stay in the community. I have to travel to Rochester, New York to see my grandkids because my son got a teaching job in Rochester Institute of Technology. And so I have to go back there. I have to go to Portland to see my other grandchild because my other son teaches in an art college up there. And the only way I get to see any of my grandchildren is because one of them's a pastor, her husband's a pastor, and God provided them a pastorate in Coos Bay, so I get to see 3 of my grandchildren. But there are so many people like Jason Smith who want to stay in the area, invest their money and everything else. They could leave, and they could do that, but they want to stay in that area. And generations of people, the Simpsons, I taught their great-grandson, Asa Simpson, was the first one to build a mill in North Bend. And his son, Louis, carried it on, and then it went on down and went over to other timber companies. But most of the timber companies came in there, and they logged the timber, and they left because there weren't any other resources for them to get their products to market. They moved over on the I-5 corridor so they could get faster to market. So I have to say amen to everyone that was up here and that talked to us about all the things that they believe in. They're sincere, honest people. And we need this. And the tribe, the Coquille tribe, supports it opposes the abandonment proposal by Corps and supports the feeder application filed by the Port of Coos Bay. So we thank you for everything, and I'll pass the mic on to Keith.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham, Commissioner Buttry. Appreciate the opportunity to address you today. My name is Keith Anderson. I'm the Acting Western Region Administrator for the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. The department has 3 general areas of environmental concern associated with the proposed abandonment. First concern is concern about greenhouse gas emissions and toxic air pollutants from increased diesel use in the shift from train to truck transportation. Second concern has to do with the proper management of any waste generated if the rail line is deconstructed. Third concern is a concern for potential water quality impacts associated with runoff or erosion from deconstruction activities or unmaintained stream crossings, and any potential impacts associated with removal or fill activities associated with water body crossings. I appreciated seeing the DEQ-related proposed conditions in the August 15th environmental assessment. We think it is appropriate for Central Oregon and Pacific to consult with the department on those areas identified. And if the proposed deconstruction activities change in a way that generates different potential environmental impacts than those currently contemplated, we believe Central Oregon and Pacific should be required to consult with the department at that point also. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comment and for considering our concerns in your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Soliday, please proceed.
Thank you. I am Louise Soliday, the Director of the Oregon Department of State Lands. I want to thank the board members for coming here today to hear our testimony. The Department of State Lands manages 2.3 million acres of land, waterways, and mineral rights across the state of Oregon in order to generate revenue into our common school fund, which helps to finance our public education system in Oregon. Included in that ownership are the submerged and submersible lands of our tidally influenced and navigable waterways. And this particular rail line crosses those waterways in 30 different places, either with bridges or culverts. We are very concerned, should an abandonment of this line occur, that it will occur without a condition requiring the ongoing maintenance of those structures that cross state-owned waterways. To do that would leave the children of Oregon with the responsibility for cleaning up should culverts become plugged or bridges collapse in Oregon's waterways on the Oregon coast. It's also important to note that within those waterways we have critical habitat for Oregon coast coho, which are listed as threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. So I want to encourage the board, should you consider approving abandonment of this line, which the state hopes that you don't, that you do set a precedent, as I understand that this would be a precedent, and condition that abandonment on a requirement that at a minimum those bridges and culverts be maintained in the future so that that responsibility does not shift to the state of Oregon and its school children through the Common School Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I just have really maybe one question for Ms. Soliday, and this may go beyond your jurisdiction, so excuse me if I'll probably get into this with other witnesses. If we get into valuing the line, the right-of-way, the underlying land is certainly one potential asset that needs to be valued. And in the record, there seems to be some information about the, not unusual in this part of the world historically, but the slightly different ownership status of the land. In other words, is it completely fee simple, or is it just a easement for operating a rail line? In other words, if the rail carrier stops operating a rail line, does that land actually arguably revert to somebody, the state? Or do you know much about that, or would your department have much to say about that? Or
my department does grant easements for and leases and other sorts of proprietary authorization for uses of our land. So we do that. In the case of the railway, I believe that they're federally preempted, so we don't have an actual easement in place for the rail crossings that occur on our submerged and submersible lands or on our uplands for that matter.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Buttrey, any questions?
It's not a question, actually. It's a statement, I guess you would say. I just wanted to assure, I wanted to check with staff here to make sure I was absolutely certain about this, but I wanted to assure that the Department of Environmental Quality understands that the board has significant environmental responsibilities in a matter like this. And it's not going to be ignored. It's not going to be given short shrift at all. It's a very serious matter, and we'll be looking at those issues in connection with this proceeding.
Thank you, Commissioner. I very much appreciate that. It was clear in the environmental assessment that was generated on August 15th that our concerns had been noted and were taken into account. I very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That'll be all. We will dismiss this panel. Thank you again for participating. We will now invite forward panel 1D, Ms. Faye Stewart from the Lane County, the board chairman, Pete Sorensen, Commissioner of Lane County, Doug Robertson, Commissioner of Douglas County, Charles Freeman, City Manager, City of Coos Bay, John S. Griffith, Chair of the Coos County Board of Commissioners, and Keith Timchuk, Mayor of the City of Reedsport. Welcome, panel. As soon as you're ready, we will hear first from Mr. Fay Stewart from Lane County.
All right, Chair Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Fay Stewart, for the record. I'm the County Commissioner for District 5 and also Board Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to comment today on this important issue. As Chair of the Lane County Board of Commissioners, I'm submitting to the Surface Transportation Board a resolution adopted on Wednesday, August 20th at our regular meeting. It outlines Lane County's position with regard to the items before you today. In short, we oppose the request for abandonment of the Coos Bay rail line made by the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad, but support the feeder line application made by the International Port of Coos Bay. In coming to these positions, we have been influenced by a number of pertinent issues that we hope the board will also consider in reaching its decision in these matters. The majority of the subject property in this case lies within Lane County, which is 1,183 of the 1,853 acres, or nearly 64%. The line passes through several incorporated cities within Lane County and abuts one Lane County park, as well as several properties otherwise owned by Lane County. Our interest in this matter is clear. The abrupt cessation of this service by the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad in September 2007 forced shippers along the line to switch to utilizing trucks to move freight. This resulted in an addition of 1,100 truck trips monthly on an annual increase of 10% in the consumption of diesel fuel statewide. The environmental and safety implications for Lane County residents are obvious. This is the only rail transportation link between the southern Willamette Valley and Oregon's second busiest seaport. Preserving the right-of-way and reopening the line for rail transportation has obvious economic impacts for all the communities in the region now and, importantly, into the future. The subject line includes a large number of water crossings, which for the most part would be left in place if abandonment is granted. Given the environmental and attractive nuisance implications that these structures pose, when not regularly and properly maintained, we are concerned that these costs have not adequately been considered within the realm of these applications. Specifically, the environmental assessment performed by the section of environmental analysis. In particular, one of our parks, the Ada County Park, is adjacent to several large trestles and cross portions of Silk Coos Lake. We would expect assurance that these structures will not be forced into our ownership unless we are fully prepared to take ownership. This concludes my testimony, and thank you. Commissioner Swartz.
Thank you very much. My name is Pete Sorensen. I'm a Lane County Commissioner. Commissioner Stewart and I are two of the 5 Lane County Commissioners, and together we serve the 355,000 people that live in Lane County. We have roughly 1,400 employees and a budget of about $450 million a year. So we're a very important local government partner with all of the other entities that you've been hearing about today. Of significance to this issue for us is that we have 1,500 miles of county road that we maintain within Lane County, and as Commissioner Stewart mentioned, our county is the largest county affected by this proposed abandonment and the feeder line application. I also want to make a few other comments briefly, and namely that Danebo is the way you pronounce it out here. It's Dane, D-A-N-E, meaning of Danish extraction, which I might add I am one of. And Bo is the suffix of Danebo, and Bo means village in Danish. So Danebo is the Eugene area of town where the Danish people settled. So I'll just say we are of interest here to talk about this. A couple of things. First, I was a member of the Oregon State Senate and the Transportation Committee, and you asked a number of questions about the legislative support for the International Port of Coos Bay and the relationship between Coos Bay and the rest of the state. Well, I grew up down there, but I live here now, and I will say that you heard Senator Verger in particular talk about how the legislature did appropriate funds for the airport there and for the port. And I think that you need to know from our vantage point as local officials that we have seen the state invest money in Coos Bay. I also want to say that as a child, I fished off of many of those bridges that are along that route between Coos Bay and Mapleton. The environmental assessment on page 5 says that there are 90 bridges involved in this. And what I want you to picture is a railroad track that is actually elevated. It's on trestles for a very high percentage of this distance, and it's going over lake after lake after lake. And Ms. Soliday was asked, I believe, about, well, what's the ownership of that? And in Oregon, the lakes are owned by the state. Waterways are owned by the state. And so that's what the DSL, the Division of State Lands, does. And I'm glad they're interested in the environmental assessment. I'd also mention for everybody here that the deadline on the environmental assessment is September 15, that there's a comment period. So the Lane County, as well as individuals, may be submitting comments on the environmental assessment. Your staff did an excellent job in the briefing earlier, and that was one of the questions that was asked, namely about the environmental assessment. I want to mention something that you've been hearing a lot about our friends on the southern end, and you'll hear more about that. But I want to talk a little bit about the impacts that are talked about in the EA. And in particular, the environmental assessment says that there will be 19,092 new trucks per year added to the public roadways if this abandonment is granted. That, the EA says, would require 527,868 additional, that's hundreds of thousands of gallons, added to the diesel load in the state of Oregon. What's really amazing to me is that is 9.7%. This is on page 4 of the EA. I did not make this up. I'm just bringing it to your attention. That's 9.7% of the total 547 million gallons of diesel fuel consumed by motor vehicle carriers in the entire state of Oregon. 10% of the amount of gasoline. That's how much diesel would be added to our consumption if this abandonment takes place. I think that's a pretty significant number. And again, back on the congestion issue, our friends at Go21, the national coalition that is an advocate for the rail industry, points out that in Eugene there are 1 million hours of hours stuck in traffic in Eugene, at the terminus of this short line railroad. That's $22 million out of our economy. We are also affected by this, and we urge you to deny the abandonment, approve the feeder line, and as the governor and congressman pointed out, don't let the thing be segmented for the last few miles. That's putting a gun to our head. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sorensen. We'll now hear from Commissioner Robertson from Douglas County.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Buttrey, before I begin and beyond the obligatory thank you for coming, I want to just take a moment and tell you how genuinely and sincerely appreciative we are of you and your staff being with us today. As one who frequently, too frequently from my perspective, makes the trip back to Washington, D.C. to testify before Congress and visit our various senators and representatives, I can't tell you how appreciative we are of you coming to our community to listen to our concerns. It means a great deal to us. My name is Doug Robertson. I'm a county commissioner in Douglas County, Oregon, and have represented the 104,000 residents of that county for the last 28 years. During my tenure in office, I've witnessed good times and challenging times, driven almost exclusively by the economic factors that have impacted our job base. Our communities have been through periodically impacted by market conditions, weather events, and federal policies that affect our manufacturing, timber, fishing, and recreational industries. But never before has rural Oregon, and in particular the southwest coastal region of our state, been confronted with a set of circumstances that equates to an economic perfect storm. The precipitous decline in the real estate market has had a devastating impact on our coastal economies. The inability of the federal government to design and implement reasonable and sustainable forest management plans has also contributed to the overall economic decline. Add to that the summer closure of the Ocean Chinook salmon fishery, combined with the soaring fuel costs that have negatively impacted our tourism industry, and you have the definition of our own economic perfect storm. And if you're not depressed enough by that barrage of economic catastrophes, add one more. The failure of Congress to reauthorize the federal safety net program. This program is a foundation for thousands of local jobs that provide the basic social and physical infrastructure for our communities, such as law enforcement, health and social services, libraries, parks, veteran services, roads, and schools. For over 90 years, the rail line under discussion today has provided the ability for our coastal communities to move Congress from the westernmost reaches of our state to the Willamette Valley, and from there to a national and global marketplace. To rip up this vital transportation link and sell it for scrap, particularly now, and frankly at any time, is simply inconceivable. You have heard from those who have gone before speak to the negative results of much more truck traffic through our coastal towns and communities. While considering those impacts, add to that the fact that the 3 major state highways that connect the coast to I-5 are consistently among the most dangerous stretches of roadway in Oregon. At a time when road patrol and law enforcement dollars are declining and the revenue for highway improvement projects is also shrinking, scores more of new trucks on those transportation routes will have a potentially devastating effect on the traveling public. For these reasons and many others you have heard and will hear today, I ask the board to reject the proposed application by Corp and Rail America to abandon the Coos Bay line, to reject the request from Corp and Rail America to maintain ownership of the eastern portion of the line from Dana Bowl to Vaughan, and accept and support the feeder line application from the Port of Coos Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robertson. We'll now hear from City Manager Charles Freeman from the City of Coos Bay. Please proceed.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Charles Freeman, City Manager, City of Coos Bay, and this issue is about our future. It's about family wage jobs. The region has lost tremendous over the years due to logging and other issues. We have one mill that's just outside our city limits that has 130 jobs that have a payroll in excess of $6 million a year. The company has been absorbing the increased shipping costs, but for how long? The additional impact of the rail closure to our communities and the loss of jobs in future industry that we won't be able to compete to get without the rail will greatly impact our community. Currently, Coos County has a 7.2% unemployment rate and a poverty rate in excess of 17%. Without the rail, it'd be harder to retain the jobs we have, attract new jobs for our future, for our kids, resulting in less money circulated in our community. Needed revenues to provide services to our citizens. These employees spend their money in our community, they coach our children, they volunteer in our service clubs, they serve on our city councils, planning commissions, school boards, and commissions, and they're critical for the economic health for our community, our local governments. Additionally, the truck trips estimated in the report that now are on our city streets, and 101 is one of our main streets in our community, coming right through the heart of our town. It's very narrow, and it's very congested. So now we have increased loads of logs coming through our towns that previously were on rail. It's not cost effective. The rail infrastructure is in place. We should use it. Additionally, truck trips result in increased chances of collisions with the driving public and pedestrians. Two-lane highways are what connect Coos Bay to the rest of the world. And for economic development, one of the reasons I was hired 14 months ago was my experience in economic development. How do you do that without rail? If you look at our transportation system as a three-legged stool with roads, rail, and air service, without the rail, our three-legged stool will fall. Additionally, for the future, if linking pedestrians with commuter rail or the like will not be possible without rail. And our opportunities for our children are greatly diminished. My son is in the valley versus Coos Bay because there's no opportunities in Coos Bay, very limited, and without rail there'll be even less. Additionally, for environmental concerns, if Corp salvages the line, rips up the track, keeping the additional truck trips on our streets will impair the environment with added pounds of pollution and noise. Environmental impacts to the streams, erosion control and protection for critical habitat, for the rail abandonment and bridge removal. Rail is more fuel efficient than trucks. It's better for the environment. Additionally, the environment is better protected by having rail than abandonment because everything is contained in place. There is no erosion, no settlements. If you remove a bridge on a lake, that will be introduced into the environment which is currently contained. Additionally, the City of Coos Bay supports the feeder line application. The port is controlled by the citizens of Oregon, not some hedge fund. Additional public policy concern that the board needs to grapple with is allowing hedge funds, which are only interested in a short-term quarterly profit to its shareholders versus the long-term look that a rail does require. And the port will provide that long-term rail, long-term look. Additionally, the public in the state of Oregon will demand that the asset is protected and is maintained to a high standard. The entire line should be sold to the port. It's not cost effective to create a paper barrier just so Corp can keep its hands out for additional money on their 20-mile section of track. The sale price should be reasonable. Current market metal conditions, the market price is volatile. It should be based on a 5-year average, not on what the current rate is. The port, the state, and the cities and the shippers do not have unlimited funds, but we are here together today partnering to try to solve this issue. Additionally, Corp should be repaired to repair the tunnels and other deferred maintenance in that the hedge fund mess should not be placed at the taxpayers of Oregon's feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We'll now hear from John S. Griffith, Chair of the Coos County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. My name is John Griffith, and I am Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Before I start on my testimony, I want to thank Commissioner Sorensen for at least settling the issue of how he pronounced Danabo today. It's good to I make these remarks today on behalf of the Coos County Board of Commissioners, the elected governing body of Coos County, Oregon, regarding the abandonment of the Coquille-Devon rail line, feeder line application by the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay of the Coos Bay line of Central Oregon Pacific Railroad, Inc., and the necessity that the whole line be included instead of Central Oregon retaining that little short segment of it. Coos County is an economically troubled rural county. Our population chronically has a higher rate of poverty than most Western Oregon counties. We have suffered high job losses primarily in the fishing, agriculture, and forestry sectors. Investing in a business in Coos County is risky anyway due to its location on the coast instead of beside the interstate highway or a rail transportation hub. However, we have an international seaport, and until late last year we had rail service. All but a couple of large business investments that have considered locating in Coos County cited rail service as very important positive consideration. Business expansions have relied on its being available. You will hear later, I think today, from business persons who I know are going to speak on particulars of trying to do business Coos, Lane, or Douglas counties without rail service. I leave to them that side of the discussion. I prefer to take just a bit of your time to speak more generally about the social and economic conditions of Coos County and how the rail loss exacerbates them. On the north spit of Coos Bay, 2 Coos County residents made a large investment to build a state-of-the-art sawmill. It was the first big mill built in their county in years and years. They really took a risk, which is what business is about, but their business plan including shipping their product on rail. The Port of Coos Bay and other public partners also made a multi-million-dollar commitment to make a rail spur that terminates at that new mill. The idea and hope is that other businesses will locate along that line. The area of the new rail spur on the north spit of Coos Bay, it has been zoned for heavy industry since Coos County's state-mandated comprehensive plan was adopted by the State Land Conservation and Development Commission in 1985. It's been a long-term state-mandated future plan. Coos Bay area wholesalers also use that line. On the shore of Coos Bay, Chuck mentioned it, I still call it the GP mill. It's a high production sawmill that also relies on rail service to be competitive. And in Coquille, the county seat, which is about 20 miles south of Coos Bay, Roseburg Forest Products has operated a plywood mill there for decades. Between them, these mills employ hundreds of our citizens in well-paying jobs. Those 3 mills are the last of the larger scale production wood products mills in Coos County and are our remaining link to the industry that made Coos County. Those mills now find themselves in a business emergency brought on by the cessation of rail service on that line. If they go under, those jobs will be lost. There isn't a job sector for those workers to move into as there might be in a rural or an urban county. We don't have the sort of variable opportunities in a natural resource-based county for people to have a little bit more flexibility about where they're going to work and what kinds of careers they want to pursue. The largest and the only full-service hospital in Coos County is publicly owned. A wholesale loss of hundreds of Coos County's better-paying jobs and employee benefits would be a serious financial blow to the stability of that hospital. And that's really been what's kind of picked up healthcare since our wood products industry took the big hit starting in the 80s. Coos County is already suffering from the loss of federal in lieu of timber payments. Our county government saw half its general fund evaporate last year as a result. We laid off more than 80 employees from a previous workforce of about 430, mostly in law enforcement services of sheriff, office patrol, jail, juvenile, and district attorney. We are still not at a sustainable budget. In this year, in the coming 2 or 3 years, we will be appropriating from reserves built up during the term of those in lieu timber payments. So before the fiscal constriction is over, we will have to lay off even more of our county service employees to reach long-term sustainability. My point in bringing up the county government's financial situation is to add that reality to what's happening in the private side employment and what's going to happen if those rail-dependent jobs are lost. If indeed rail service cannot be restored, our county will be in an economic and socially ill situation from which I see no way of digging out. In closing, I implore you to look favorably on the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay's application and to do whatever is possible to help the citizens of Coos County maintain at least what we had before the rail line shut down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Griffith. We'll now hear from... Oh, yes. Yeah. Our court reporter is going to take a minute to change the tape, and we'll just pause until he's ready. And then we will hear next from the mayor of the city of Reesport, Keith Timchuk.
Timchuk, yes. Well done.
I'm going to work on, after I work on Dane Bowe, work on all the other names.
That helped me too, don't feel alone.
reservation to the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad's abandonment application of the Coos Bay line. I support, without reservation, the feeder line application of the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay. My community, like other communities on the southern Oregon coast, is a survivor. We have seen the massive reductions in timber-related jobs and what those losses have cost us. Yet we did not wither up and blow away. We've suffered blows to the fishing industry, yet we hitched up our pants and moved forward. If Corp's abandonment application is approved, we may well suffer additional losses. In fact, we will suffer great additional losses as the industries that depend on that line to transport goods to market in a cost-competitive manner will close their doors. My community will probably survive that too. Yet, there is only so much that my community, like the others up and down the coast, can take and remain healthy. Reedsport may well suffer the loss of the 82 jobs that are now created by American Bridge. That company built its West Coast headquarters just across the river from Reedsport, a quarter mile from town. Their presence and those 82 jobs have been a shot in the arm to a community that has lost so much. Instrumental to American Bridge coming to Reedsport was the presence of the very line that Corp now seeks to abandon. An arm of that line runs through their plant site. It allows them to bid competitively on projects across the country. Without that line, they have to truck product, huge bridge spans, massive components, to the railheads in Eugene or Portland. Those trucking costs mean they are less competitive or not competitive. Since last September, when Corp shut down the line, American Bridge has been unsuccessful on millions of dollars of bids. Their market is largely in the Midwest, and the increase in shipping costs are significant, as you will hear later today. If they cannot compete, they may well not be able to remain in Reedsport. If they go, so go the 82 family wage jobs that they provide, and my community suffers another great blow. To understand the transportation difficulties that American Bridge and the other employers will face if the Coos Bay line is abandoned, I invite the STB board to make the trip to the coast along Highways 38 and 126 and 42. You will, I'm sure, quickly notice the great beauty of our area and of these highways, but I'm just as sure you will quickly see how these winding, narrow, two-lane corridors become bottlenecks to the smooth and cost-efficient transfer of large manufactured goods. However, if you can find the time in your busy schedules to see that for yourself, I can guarantee you a great and very fresh seafood meal, as my community has the sweetest oysters and the best crab and the biggest and juiciest salmon on the Oregon coast. The loss of the railway may have other dire results as well. In our area, there are several industrial sites now awaiting developers and development. Our communities are awaiting, are needing the jobs that will come. Each site was once the home of a former and now lost major employer. Will those sites be developed in the future without reliable and a cost-competitive means of transporting their product to market? One of those sites sits just 1 mile from the American Bridge site. It is the former mill location for International Paper. It is now being marketed aggressively by IP and by the state of Oregon. That site sits astride the same arm of the rail line that American Bridge does. Does that site become less attractive to potential industrial developers if that line is abandoned? I suggest it does. If the abandonment is allowed, present jobs will be lost, future jobs too. My community and the others will most definitely suffer. If the abandonment application is allowed, Corp, in effect, will have license to provide great and lasting harm to my community and the other coastal communities. The regional benefit of the presence of an operating Coos Bay line is unmistakable. That line should and needs to remain open. I am adamantly opposed to the proposed abandonment of the Coos Bay line, and I most wholeheartedly support the application of the International Port of Coos Bay. I have no doubt that I speak for the vast majority, if not all, of the members and citizens of my fine community. And I thank you for this opportunity and your time.
Thank you, Mayor Timchuk. I'd like to give Commissioner Buttry a chance to start off with any questions you might have.
Are any of you aware of any timber rights that are currently harvestable, if you will, along this area here that could feed into this line that aren't being pursued because of the loss of rail service?
Any timber sales that aren't being?
Timber rights that are not being pursued because of the lack of rail service. other words, I've heard a lot about mills and marketing, trying to market the old IP mill, for instance. Are there any timber rights that currently exist that could be pursued except for the fact that the rail service is no longer there?
I think the best answer, or perhaps John and Doug are probably most expert on this, the timber rights are there and the timber is there, and I think the issue is whether that timber can most efficiently be transported to the markets. You can get it to the mill towns, because that is generally a short move. Hauling from the mountain to the Coast Range to Coos Bay or to the coastal towns is relatively short. Moving that, however, to the markets of the Midwest and the East Coast is an entirely different question. And doing that, I'm certainly not expert enough to answer on how.
I think it's clear. You're going to hear in a little bit from Alan Ford, representing Roseburg Forest Products, who can answer that question better. But clearly, one of the limiting factors in the business decisions of the companies that are involved in this area is the predictability and sustainability of transportation. And so very likely, some of those, as you refer to them as timber rights, sales, and future operations will hinge to a large degree on what happens to this line, very likely.
And there's been no mention, that I recall anyway, today anyway, of any mining operations or mining rights that have access to the line. Is that something you might comment on?
You will. I appreciate you bringing that up. There has been a decision recently by Knife River Construction to curtail their operation of dredging in the Umpqua estuary. For many, many decades, gravel and rock has been excavated out of that estuary and serves the coastal region. With the loss of that source of material, it's very likely that, well, it's unquestionable that the most economical way to move aggregate into this area is going to be by rail. And there will be a demand and a need for more aggregate because of this closure. If this line is abandoned, obviously those needs are going to be met by trucks. And you've heard of the three connectors from the coast to I-5, which are not in good shape now and won't get any better in the near future.
And the cessation of taking gravel out of the Umpqua River is more than just a means of supplying local construction projects with aggregate, but it also is jobs in my community, as that the Umpqua runs through Reedsport, and those jobs that are now disappearing are not going to be replaced readily without more industrial development in the community. And it's just another part of the process of job loss that I think the South Coast is continuing to experience.
I would say that among the resources that are available along this line would be, first and foremost, would be forest products. And I agree that shipping those by truck, by log truck to mills has been the most efficient way. But the question is what happens after they get processed at the mill. Second, there is, as mentioned, a substantial aggregate resource in the rivers, particularly the Umpqua River. There's also a coal deposit south of Coos Bay, and that coal deposit is low grade relative to what your experience is in Tennessee and Virginia. But the low-grade coal deposit becomes more economically viable depending on transportation costs. So all of this revolves around the relative low cost of rail compared to truck and the efficiency of rail, particularly for all these heavy things we're talking about. So there's no coal operation right now. The aggregate's been substantially curtailed in the rivers. The forest production, the trees are available in the state and federal and private lands, and there's a lot of dispute about how much and when these trees are harvested. But the point is, we need to have the rail to move material from our mills to a national market, and without that, we're on the edge of the continent.
Thank you.
I have no further questions for this panel, but do thank you for participating, and we'll dismiss you now and go ahead and call up the next panel. We now have panel 2, representing the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad, Paul Lundberg and Terrence M. Hines. Bring the committee room to order. Mr. Lundberg and Mr. Hines have patiently listened to various government officials state their concerns. I imagine you may have a slightly different perspective, so it's important that we hear that. And without any further ado, I'll turn it over. You've got 15 minutes, however you'd like to divide that. Mr. Lundberg, are you going to speak first or both, or just I'll turn it over to the two of you and you can go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry. It's good to see you both again. And my name is Paul Lundberg. I'm Senior Vice President of Strategic Relations for Rail America and for the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad. My responsibilities include dealing with state and government relations as well as Class 1 railroads. With me is Terrence Hines from the law firm of Sidley & Austin, who is representing us in the abandonment proceeding and in the feeder line application. And I just would like to say, you know, we're going to have a slightly unusual role here today because of the pendency of our case. Since the evidence is not completely developed yet, there may be some things I will have to ask him about if you have questions and say, is that something we can talk about, or is it covered by the confidentiality agreements and so forth? But so please excuse that up front. But before I get started, Terry has a couple of comments.
I just want to begin. I think I can resolve one issue that is raised this morning by a large number of people. This is this issue of segmentation. We want to let you know right up front that Corp does not oppose the inclusion of the Danabo to Vaughan segment in the feeder line application if you approve it. Our intention was never to segment the property. When we were looking at fashioning an abandonment application, which was the first thing that happened here, we did not include Vaughan to Danabo simply because we figured we could continue service there. It's not an island. This is not a situation where you have a railroad and you're abandoning all of it but the last couple of miles to keep it. The Vaughan-Danabo segment with our trackage rights to UP and to Eugene connects with our Siskiyou line. We have the remaining several hundred miles of track. So our intention in making the ending milepost for the abandonment Vaughan was not to create some kind of segmentation. There was no bad faith or evil intent. It was simply we thought that we could continue service there. However, now that you have a feeder line application in front of you, they raise legitimately the question, why should you have another railroad in between them and the UP at Eugene? We agree, operationally, if someone else is going to take over the feeder line segment, it makes perfect sense for them to connect directly with the UP. It doesn't make sense to have another carrier in the middle, and you know, we wouldn't want to do that. Operationally, it makes the best sense. So hopefully that resolves an issue that was sort of a bone of contention this morning. I just wanted to let you know that. With that, I'm going to let Mr. Lundberg take care of our primary presentation.
Very good. Well, first we want to thank the board for taking this extraordinary interest and putting forth extraordinary efforts in what we consider an extraordinary situation. From the beginning, when the embargo occurred, and with communications with the board, and both informal mediation efforts, if you will, back in January, and other interested efforts, you know, we've tried to find with you a solution, and we appreciate the fact that you've shown this interest in this case. Also want to thank Governor Kulongowski and Congressman DeFazio and all the state representatives. You know, we are in the short line business at Rail America, and short lines by their very nature are local businesses. We are not like the Class 1s in that regard. And so we have a great sensitivity to the needs of the communities and the issues that they see relative to our service. And we share their passion for making sure a service can be maintained if the maintenance of service is possible. I also want to thank our shippers, many of whom will appear before you today. They remain our customers. Our most important role in our business is serving them, and as long as it's economically viable for both of us. And you know, the board has many things to weigh concerning that balance, and you will within the context of these two cases. But we just want to make sure that our shippers understand that we appreciate their business. And finally, I want to thank our employees. The employees of the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad have been in a very difficult situation since this all began, because they are members of the community, they are constituents of the governors and the congressmen and all the representatives, and you know, notwithstanding what We considered a business a need in terms of the embargo. That was a safety need, but we have the business need of the viability of the rail line. They are here providing service day in and day out, and as members of the community, they deserve a round of thanks from us. There's been a lot of talk this morning about hedge funds and motives and so forth, and I'm going to do something different. I'm not going to get into that because I don't think that's particularly relevant to what we have to do now. And I think what the Corp's position is and Rail America's position is we are here to help make a transition on this particular line. And so in the spirit of that, I would like to get down and discuss a few of the underlying short line business issues that are going to have to be faced either by us or by another operator or whatever the outcome is, because these issues do not change whether we're talking about hedge funds or motives. The issues of the amount of service, the cost of operating the line are the same for whoever operates the line. A brief description of short line economics, and this is something that this does not come from us, but it comes actually from Oregon DOT, and this was a report that they made to the House Transportation Committee in February. And in talking about the viability of short lines, the report says, since short line railroads acquired lines that were most likely in poor condition, it is imperative for the railroads to attract and sustain a certain level of business to provide the revenue needed to repair and maintain the rail infrastructure. Without adequate revenue, it is just a matter of time before the railroad cannot provide service to its customers. The report goes on to cite a famous ICC pamphlet on Before You Start a Small Railroad. It's from the 1993, and it sets forth some easy parameters to think about. And it talks about how many carloads per mile you need to have to run a viable business. And on the Coos Bay, and it says below 25, viability is unlikely. 25 to 50. The line may be successful if the railroad is not responsible for track maintenance and taxes, as, for example, if the track is owned by a government which assumes these responsibilities. And I only point that out because the reality of the Coos Bay line is just that, just what that report says, and I think that's probably why the Oregon House asked the DOT to do a report on short lines, because all of this was in the news at the time. This was last February. And that was why, and so that is the business model that we are confronted with. And you will, when you read the abandonment application, and we have done a great deal of work in accordance with the Surf Board's regulations on establishing the traffic and the avoidable loss in the base year and the traffic and avoidable loss in the future years. And that's all well documented and part of the record. But when we were confronted with the issue of the tunnels and the closure of the tunnels through the embargo process because of safety reasons, we could also have, at that time, last September, walked away and have filed for abandonment then, just as the port or anybody else could have filed a feeder line application at that time. But in the spirit of trying to maintain the service, and however that form took, we didn't walk away. We tried for several months to come to terms with a relationship that was going to maintain service on the Coos Bay line, as well as protect the interests of the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroads, that balancing test that you described. And that was where our public-private partnership model came about. One of the issues that we've had to confront over the years leading up to the embargo was the maintenance of the line and the cost of the maintenance of the line. And again, just to put forth our position on that, there have been comments that the Central Oregon Pacific did not maintain the line, was trying to milk the resources of the line, and didn't notify certain other stakeholders like ODOT about the conditions of the line. The facts are, and again, this is in our submission to the board for our abandonment, in the last few years, we have invested 28% of the gross revenues of the Corp into the capital expenditures of that line. Now that compares to about an average on the Class 1 level of 13% of gross revenues going into the line. So we have not lacked the commitment or the resources to try and take care of the line. In the last 12 months prior to the embargo, we invested $750,000 in ordinary maintenance of the Coos Bay line specifically.
Excuse me, I may interject. The 28% was not including capital. That was for ordinary track, bridge, and crossing maintenance. Additionally, we spent money in addition to that 28% on capital.
Thank you. That's the kind of the physical part of the operation. The second part of the operation is the ongoing revenues of the line and the business to support the line. You've heard a lot so far today, and you probably will hear more about the economics of this area of Oregon, and particularly the forest products area. And you asked a question, Commissioner Buttry, about timber rights and the lack of rail service and so forth. The Corp, in our base case, we are having about 4,600 cars a year. At times in the last 10 years, the Corp was up to 10,000 carloads a year. And those carloads of lumber disappeared because of the closing of two large lumber mills on the line, which had nothing to do with the rail service. The rail service was there, but it was the economics of the forest products industry that caused those lines to close. And we also recognize, because we are in the short line business and have many marginal carriers, that are situations like the Corp where there are the what-if situations. What if Maersk comes? What if the port develops other businesses? What if these old sites from these mills become renovated? And we understand those what-ifs, and a lot of our businesses are in the what-ifs. But in the case of the Coos Bay line, the what-ifs are too great for us to bear ourselves, and that's where the public-private partnership structure came from. And it's interesting, now that we have a feeder line application from the port, that many of those concepts that we put forth in the public-private partnership proposal are echoed in the port's feeder line application. The port recognizes that the underlying business of the Coos Bay line is not sufficient to sustain the line as itself and to do its capital expenditures. They also recognize that there is not sufficient capital generated because of that to take care of the line in a proper fashion. And as a result of that, their feeder line application suggests a great deal of input from the state, from a monetary standpoint, from the state, from the federal government, and from the shippers. And they suggest that the shippers are going to have to contribute an additional $50 to $600 a car, depending on the commodity, in order to sustain the operations of the line. And if you recall, the public-private partnership that we proposed had the shippers contributing a $200 per car surcharge. So the economic model that the port is putting forth in their application is significantly the same as the one that we put forward in an effort to save the line, with one exception. And that is our public-private partnership proposal had 60% of the funds coming from private entities. That is the UP and Rail America itself. The feeder line application from the port has all of the money coming from the shippers or the public entities. But other than that, I think conceptually, and you will have a chance to review the feeder line application, you will see that that's pretty much a similar story. That is pretty much what we wanted to say today. The applications are proceeding along their own tracks with with a mountain of evidence for you to consider. And we appreciate your consideration and ongoing dialogue with us. Thank you.
I have just one other observation to make, and that is with the pleadings insofar as you know, most of the evidence isn't in yet. You're going to get that at the end of August and September 12th. But based on what's in the record already, there are two things that are crystal clear. Number one is that this line has been losing a substantial sum of money, and that amount of that loss is increasing. Both in our presentation, the abandonment application, and the feeder line application makes that very clear, that the port anticipates that the losses would continue. So I think we're all in agreement that this is a line that has been in financial trouble and will continue to do so. The other is, as Mr. Lundberg just said, the parties appear to be in agreement that the only way to save service on this line for the long term is with some sort of a cooperative arrangement involving subsidy, whether it comes from the government, comes from the shippers, or however. And given those two facts that everybody agrees upon, and given the fact that you have in front of you now an abandonment application and a feeder line application, and of course you have the OFA process, which doesn't kick in yet until the end of the abandonment process, It seems to me that the regulatory process is working just as it should. Chairman Nottingham, you mentioned earlier at the outset this morning that the board's precedents established that railroads should not be required to continue to run lines indefinitely that lose money. However, the regulatory process has things like feeder line and the OFA process so that policymakers at the state and local level can make a decision that if that service is important to a particular community and it's justified for policy reasons of their own, that stakeholders can step in, whether it be the federal government, the state government, or shippers, to provide a way through the feeder line statute or through an OFA to continue service. And that's what should happen here. The real issue for the board at this point is to determine the net liquidation value of the line and figure out what the economic terms for this transfer of the line from Corp to a new owner should be. So from my perspective looking at this, I think that the regulatory process is doing what it's supposed to be doing here. And those are the issues that you should focus on going forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Butcher, would you like to take the first crack at questions?
I'd just like to ask Mr. Lundberg a question. Have you all figured out yet why these folks out here are so mad at your company?
Pardon me? Have we figured out why they're so mad at us?
Yeah, right. Have y'all figured that out yet?
To be quite honest with you, no, I haven't figured that out yet.
I think I've figured it out.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. I certainly appreciate the perspective.
That's the only comment I had, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Mr. Hines, I'll just say, I appreciate your saying that the regulatory process is working just fine. We'd like to think we're doing our job and as best we can, but I will say, having heard what I've heard today and before from stakeholders, if you're an unemployed person as a result of this line closure, either one of your corp employees or in the timber industry or in any of the communities we've heard from, I hazard to say that their view would not be that the regulatory process is working just fine. Here we are almost a year later, deeply involved in a process that hopefully will have some positive outcome for somebody, hopefully lots of people, but I just say, as lawyer to lawyer, it's one thing to say, yeah, the process is working just fine, but you get down on the street and look at the people we looked at in the eyes and heard from their elected officials, a year plus longer as this plays out, I'm sure we most likely will not be able to get all of our work done by the anniversary date in September of the closure. We'll be well beyond a year of no rail service, jobs getting lost, people being really hurt, and then we may, hypothetically, depending how we proceed, embark on a rebuilding process, and many more months will go by with rainy seasons, and so we're looking at a situation where we're trying to make the regulatory process work as best as we can. I'll defend our handling of it, but I am not proud that it takes a year plus to try to get to the bottom of something like this.
No, and I wasn't intending to make light of the displacement and the difficulties that have been caused by the situation to this point. But we all know the regulatory process takes time. Board proceedings, whether it's this type of case or any kind of case, it's a complicated process, and you have to do it according to your regulations, and it takes time. I guess what I was trying to say is that in terms of a long-term solution to this, and inevitably there's a temporary displacement and there are difficulties that are caused in the interim, but the process appears to have a solution that will, for the longer term, provide service in this area if in fact the stakeholders, which they apparently are willing to do, are willing to step to the plate and work together to make one of those solutions come to pass.
Mr. Lundberg, one of the aspects of this controversy that has troubled me is why it took as long as it did for Rail America and Corp to make up your mind about what you actually wanted to do with this line, which apparently is to abandon. And to me, it seemed more than coincidental that it took our agency having a very unusual hearing in April on the common carrier obligation and had you come to Washington to testify, your company, your representatives. And finally, we had the UP, the Union Pacific, there on the record. And I asked the simple question of the UP, is there any scenario by which you would you ever consider spending any kind of significant money in the way of a contribution to another railroad in a situation like this to solve another railroad's maintenance and track condition problem. And without missing a beat, the senior official from UP said, no, we would never consider that. That's never been something we do as a railroad. And so why it took a hearing in April, and when this apparently was their position all along, dating back to last fall, and then finally, with that all on the record, with that, us having to go to all that trouble, within days, if I recall correctly, we saw the machinery kick in within the regulatory process of the Rail America Corp. Finally started updating, I think, the system map and setting the stage for the abandonment process. My concern, if we hadn't had that hearing and asked the question, how many more months would have been wasted of no rail service, no movement? And it was almost as if we had to, step in and push this forward with a lot of angst. And I just, help me understand, what was the thinking within Corp and Rail America that the Union Pacific would part with millions of dollars to repair these tunnels that they don't own? I mean,
well, as I said earlier, when this situation arose, we did not throw in the towel. We tried to find a way to put the line back into service, and our way was a public-private partnership, and that involved the Union Pacific, the state of Oregon, the shippers, and so forth. And we, tried to develop that over the months. And at some point, it became inevitable that some of those partners weren't going to participate in the way that we had outlined. But until we had a clear signal that partners weren't going to participate, including the state and the shippers, we didn't have an answer. And our original public-private partnership, which we proposed in November, had, after an expression of interest from the parties, much like the port has gotten on their expression of interest from their constituents, we had a timetable of putting the line back into service, and we might be seeing that first train today had we been able to make that timeline. But because the parties, for whatever reasons, took a while to figure out whether they wanted to participate, time moved on, and your hearing was part of the timeline. But when it became apparent that wasn't going to happen, that's when we had to take the abandonment route.
Chairman Nonning, there's another fact here that's important, which I think explains why it was reasonable for Corp to at least expect or hope that the UP would participate. And that is because, given the marketing arrangement between the UP and the Corp, these customers on the Coos Bay line are UP's customers. UP sets the rates for the traffic. UP negotiates the contracts if there are contract rates for it. They are UP's customers. Corp is basically a handling carrier. Given that fact, I think it was reasonable for Corp to, if not expect, at least hope that UP would view themselves as a stakeholder and want to participate in a solution. And Mr. Hemmer's comment at the hearing in April was the first time that we got a definitive answer from the UP. They just sort of dropped their voices and didn't answer. Shippers said no to the various public-private partnership proposals. About Governor Kulongoski's letters because those are in the record. But UP up to that point had simply dropped their voices. And you essentially pressed them that day for an answer. That was the first time out of their own mouth we heard a decision as to whether or not they would participate.
Let me ask Mr. Lundberg, and if Mr. Hines, if you want to help answer this too, you're welcome to, of course. Why now we're in a situation where, by all accounts, millions of dollars need to be spent to get this line of railroad back to the condition it was in the day before the embargo was imposed, and millions more to get it into a condition that any owner would probably feel comfortable with as far from a safety and operations perspective. Why, your railroad's been in charge and owning this railroad and charged with maintaining it for 10 plus years, if I understand the record. Are you proposing, if this feeder line application goes forward, that your successor carrier owner, let's say in this case the port, will be obligated to pay for the cost of that work that was, they of course argue is work that should have been done on your watch, under your ownership? Proverbially let you.
Well, yeah, our record is that the work has been done over the years, and enough work, and perhaps more work in some cases. In the 2006 tunnel repair, There has been sufficient work to support the business that was on the line, but as you will note from the record, the business significantly declined over the last few years with the closure of forest products companies that we had nothing to do with. And so the investment in the line is, as the new operator will find, is going to be based on the level of traffic that the investment that can bear that investment. And so our record is that we have not neglected the line and we have not neglected its maintenance.
Let me just say in terms of the legal issue there, I think the precedent is clear that when you have a line that changes hands in these circumstances, whether it's under the OFA or under the feeder line statute, the line always comes with some deferred maintenance or rehabilitation costs. You see that all the time in abandonment cases. And consistently the board has said that's part of the obligation of the carrier that is taking over to do that. Your OFA regulations, for example, list when you're trying to determine what they have to do in terms of the offer. They have to make an offer if it's a purchase, for the purchase of the line. They have to make an offer that covers the rehabilitation of the line to Class 1, FRA Class 1 standards, not Class 2 standards, and then take on the obligation to cover whatever operating loss there is. That is the law. And let me just make one other observation in terms of the request that's being made here to sort of tag the carrier on the way out. I've been practicing in front of this board or its predecessor agency for 30 years. I remember the days when your docket was filled with full-blown abandonment applications, contested abandonment applications. What the board did in the mid-'80s, you came up with the class exemption for short lines. That was an excellent decision, one of the best decisions the agency ever made, because we immediately saw, instead of the vast majority of the lines being abandoned and the carrier walking away, they were sold to someone else and given a second chance at life. But let's be fair about it. Almost all short lines are sort of the unwanted stepchildren, if you will, of the Class 1 railroads. They are lines that were marginally profitable or unprofitable. There are lines that all had their warts, such as deferred maintenance or a bad bridge or a bad tunnel on them. And in each instance, by allowing them to be short line, you give another entrepreneur an opportunity to try to preserve service on that line and make a go of it. But if the board were to establish a precedent that says, if I'm an entrepreneur and I'm looking at a short line opportunity, I am going to have to make an ironclad promise and guarantee that I will make whatever capital expenditures, without limit there are, to fix everything that the Class 1 railroad may not have done, regardless of profitability. And that's an important distinction, regardless of whether the line is profitable or not. You will be establishing a precedent that I think will do an awful lot of harm to the short line movement, and I would guess cause a lot of our entrepreneurs to choose not to make the investment and take the risk. I think what they're asking for here is an awfully risky proposition, aside from, we believe, being inconsistent with the law as the board has articulated it to this point.
I want to make sure I understand Corp's position regarding the feeder line application. Mr. Lumber, did I hear you suggest, or perhaps Mr. Hines, that you are supportive in concept of the feeder line application, so long as your company is compensated appropriately, in your view?
Well, we filed for abandonment, and the feeder line application is coincident with that filing. And I think what Terry was suggesting was that we are not opposed to the inclusion in the feeder line application of that last bit of track. And if the feeder line application were granted and we were to get the constitutionally required compensation for that, we would continue to be connecting with them at Eugene, and we would continue to be good partners with them.
Okay. And to loop back to the prior discussion we just had, as part of that constitutionally guaranteed compensation, you would arguably be deserving of, if your property is being basically subject to tantamount to a forced sale. The fact that there is a arguably, certainly asserted on the record by the port and others, a pattern and history of willful neglect of the infrastructure, should this board consider deducting from whatever value in that valuation process the amount of money it would take to bring the line back up to a reasonable condition if you had been, conducting your railroad in a more responsible manner?
All right. Let me answer that question. The answer is absolutely not. The standard for the price for a feeder line application where we have no going concern value. By the way, that's another area where the parties are in agreement. You know, you have your two tests for the feeder line price.
Right.
Going concern value
Net
if it's
liquidation
making money, and NLV if it's not. We all agree that the going concern value test is not the applicable one here. Net liquidation.
And that's because, just for folks who aren't practitioners, we don't have a going concern.
Right, we don't have a going concern.
Because the tunnels are not in good shape and the line is closed, and it's been closed for over a year. And it
has been losing money for a number of years, right. So based on the numbers in the abandonment application, it's clear that the net liquidation value test is the test that you'll use in establishing the price. Keep in mind, the net liquidation value test tests what is the line worth, assuming that it's going to be scrapped, even though in point of fact, it is not going to be scrapped under the feeder line. That's sort of a paradox there in the way the law is set up, but the assumption is that if you don't have a forced sale or you don't have an OFA, that the abandonment applicant would then salvage the line, okay? And that is why they use net liquidation value. So to take deducts for, well, that line, that particular rail could have been better, is meaningless in the context of NLV because you're tearing it out. The question is, if that piece of rail is being torn out, what can you get from a salvage operator for that piece of rail? For the land, assuming now it's not going to be used for rail purposes anymore, what is its highest and best use? And you have a real estate evaluator look into that. What is the fair market value of that land for a highest and best use outside of the rail context? So for that reason, aside from the practical question where they're saying, well, gee, there may be a lot of maintenance that we may have to catch up on. And that is, as I said earlier, that's true in every OFA situation. That's true in every feeder line situation. The constitutional test is net liquidation value because the assumption is if you didn't take the property from the carrier, that carrier would salvage the property. So the correct measure is what would they get in the salvage process. And for that purpose, it doesn't really matter whether it was a Class 1 or a Class 2 railroad at the time that the salvage was taking place.
Commissioner Buttrey, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
That's all the questions I've got for now. We appreciate your appearance today, and we will dismiss you at this time. Look forward to hearing more from you as the record proceeds. We'll do a little housekeeping scheduling time out here. What's the sense? Do you want to pause now for a short lunch break or proceed to the next panel and pause after that? Let me propose to invite the next panel forward, and we'll go ahead and proceed with the testimony and the questioning. I'm going to step out for just a 2-minute restroom break, but then come back, proceed with the next panel, and after the next panel, we will stop for a quick 20-minute break and then continue back with the hearing. So,
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from a panel representing the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay, Mr. David Kronsteiner, Ms. Catherine McCune, and Mr. Jeffrey Bishop. They've been allocated 15 minutes. Ask the audience to please take your seats, and we'll now proceed with the next panel. I'll let you decide how to allocate your time, and then I'm sure we'll have some questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttrey. I'm David Kronsteiner. I serve as President of the Board of Commissioners of the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay. And on behalf of the Port, I want to thank the Surface Transportation Board for convening a field hearing in Oregon to take public testimony concerning the severe impacts of the lack of freight rail service in the region is having on industrial operations, our communities, and local citizens.
Excuse me, sir, could I have you speak more in the microphone? It's difficult for me to hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. I'm a third-generation resident of the Oregon coast, and my wife and I have made Coos Bay our home and raised our 2 children here. My brother and I operate a family business, West Coast Contractors, and we work both locally and throughout the Northwest and Northern California. Rail has always been a critical link in moving manufactured wood products to domestic markets from regional mills and for receiving production materials and energy commodities for use throughout the South Coast. In fact, freight rail truly opened up Oregon's Bay Area for development and for greater utilization of our abundant natural resources. Rail has supported meaningful, well-paying jobs that provided for several generations of families in the area. And we believe rail can and should help drive the continuing development of the South Coast's industrial sector. The loss of rail service in September 2007 had immediate impacts. Transportation costs for wood products moving to market decreased between 10% and 15% and likely will go higher. More trucks travel our roads with loads logistically better suited for rail. Mills have cut jobs, reduced hours, and slashed expenditures. One industrial operation has not been able to compete for new contracts since rail service has stopped. Regrettably, these are the impacts that make the news and get talked about at the local coffee shop. The more insidious impacts have been the many businesses in the region that provide services and supplies to industry, including machine shops, construction firms, engineers, wholesale suppliers. It's a long list. And every firm has seen a decline in business, experienced loss of key personnel, and put plans for expanded operations on hold or shut down parts of the business. There are some who say that the downturn in construction is the problem, but we've seen that happen before, and yes, things did get better when the economy turned the corner, but this time it's different. Because when construction rebounds, mills in the region will be at a competitive disadvantage if rail service is not restored. Those already high transportation costs will continue to rise, and without competition, South Coast produced commodities will lose market share and mills will struggle to survive. Now take that to the corporate level. The CEOs and CFOs and the manufacturing planners are going to take a look at the individual mills, and if a mill lacks a critical transportation link, it's not going to be on the list for upgraded equipment or expanded production. In all likelihood, that mill will become a candidate for downgrading and eventual disposal or shuttering. More jobs will be lost, both at the mill and throughout the community, since there will be little need for industrial services or supplies. It is apparent that the Central Oregon Pacific Rail has no interest in operating the Coos Bay line or in meeting their common carrier obligation as a rail service provider. They look at the Coos Bay line as a non-productive asset, and the parent company, Rail America, sees an opportunity to reap a windfall by abandoning the line and scrapping it, simply because current scrap steel prices can provide them with an immediate return, whereas maintaining the line and helping grow rail business and serve existing customers just isn't what they're interested in. Except for the small matter of wanting state funds to support or other parts of the railroad and making a profit off the public investments in Coos Bay Rail Bridge and the North Spit Rail Spur. Communities in the South Coast region have been working to develop suitable industrial sites to attract new business to the region. Until recently, several of those sites were rail served, which made them attractive to various prospects. However, the loss of rail service combined with increasing truck fuel costs and a shortage of trucks and drivers has taken many proposed sites out of the game and negated the community investment and the hard work of local citizens. And again, many other businesses will suffer because of the loss of future opportunity to grow their businesses. Something similar has happened with the Port of Coos Bay. The port is pursuing several opportunities to increase maritime commerce, which could result in significant rail traffic for Corp. And the port has invested in waterfront industrial property to support these efforts. However, these projects are long-term, and Corp and its parent Rail America aren't interested in pursuing anything long-term. That has been demonstrated by their failure to maintain the line and protect vital infrastructure. Our communities need resolution of this issue by the STB. Rather than allow Corp and Rail America to abandon the Coos Bay line, the greater public interest will be served if the port's feeder application is approved and a reasonable price is set for acquisition of the line. The port can then restore service and support jobs and families in the South Coast region. And to one of your questions earlier about mining opportunities for rail service, there is a mining opportunity in Coos Bay that has been permitted. The plant has been permitted in Coos Bay, or next door to Coos Bay. It would mine metal-rich sands and extract mainly chromite and zircon for export and for transport to the Midwest. Their anticipation when they started this project was 500 rail cars per year. And now, as this project is coming to being fully funded and a reality, hopefully within the next few months, could begin, they are scrambling to look for transportation for their commodity. And it's a real setback for them. thank you, and I'll let Catherine continue.
Thank you very much. Well, I too echo the sentiments of the rest of the people that you've heard in thanking you very sincerely for taking the time to not only come here but bring your staff here to hear our side of the story. This is a very important issue for us, and we appreciate your time. The Port of Coos Bay's feeder line application and the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad's abandonment applications are, of course, vital issues to us. The Coos County region really, truly does have a very rich history of enterprise and self-reliance. My roots are very deep here, as are Mr. Kronsteiner's and a number of other people that you're going to hear from this afternoon that have business interests in our county and in our region. My great-grandfather emigrated from Sweden in 1905 to enter the building trades in Coos County. I have a great-uncle that came in 1915 to work in the coal mines, which was a very common occurrence in those days. My grandfather built a cedar mill on the bay in the 1930s and actually made crates for orange growers and railed them down to California for many years. So we have a long history of that type of commerce. There are many examples of people who portray the work ethic and the high standards that have stood for more than a century next to our waterway and our railway. Through vision and diligence, our ancestors built communities that really did flourish for many, many, many years. Coos Bay and North Bend grew because there were very good jobs to be had. My husband and I, Dave, some other people in the audience, were born and raised here, and we can tell you it was a wonderful place to grow up as children. We didn't necessarily link our childhoods to what was going on in commerce in those days, but as we've grown up and looked back, we certainly benefited from all the wonderful resources that we had available at that time. Cargo was shipped by rail and sea, and we had an active rail system and 300 ships calling in the harbor each year. Life was very good. We had a bustling and energetic community. Much has changed. As you've heard from the panels prior to us, many timber companies left, taking with them good jobs. The fishing industry had a downturn, sapped some of the vigor and the vitality of our once thriving community. It's been difficult to witness, I will be honest about that. We've been there the whole time. As a member of the Coos Bay School Board for more than a decade, I will echo what Representative Roblin said. Of those 9 schools that he mentioned closing, I closed 7 of those schools as a school board member, and it was a very painful process. We continued to cut budgets as enrollment declined, and unfortunately, I can tell you that that is still dropping at this point. I watched student enrollment go from just under 4,000 to about 2,500 students in our school district in Coos Bay. Jobs and families, especially young families, are what disappeared. We ended up with a segmented society with that middle range of families leaving us. We even got to the point where we had to close schools. We shortened our calendars to accommodate the downturn, which was a very difficult thing to do. But we've always been faithful in the future and have had great expectations that we could accommodate change, and that's a reoccurring thing for us in our county. Knowing that we could rely on our foundation of existing infrastructure with rail and with our deep water port, when the governor called me to ask me if I would participate as a commissioner when he was making a change in our area, I thought about it very hard and considered the fact that we had what we needed to take the next step to get this community on a viable track once again. So I said yes, and I became a part of this commission. And our job is to create jobs, to work very hard for economic development. To do that, as Dave mentioned, we acquired 1,300 acres of industrial land. We hired staff. We worked very hard, partnered with the state and others to build a rail spur, which you've heard about, which is brand new and now open out to the Southport Mill. And we partnered with public agencies and private individuals to continue to work to craft an industrial presence in our region. And that's our mission as port directors. I'm also a member of the Energy Trust of Oregon Board of Directors, and so I was very interested when we had an opportunity to discuss some industrial development that involved polysilicon manufacturing. That's something that hasn't been mentioned today. We worked very hard initially with a Japanese corporation called Tokiyama. They were interested in a site. We not only have a deep water port and we had rail access, but we also have a permitted outfall, which for some industrial customers makes us very attractive. Unfortunately, Tokiyama decided to stay in Japan and scaled back their operation, but we had 3 other customers that we were negotiating with in the polysilicon manufacturing industry at the time that the rail was embargoed. And on September, I think it was the 21st in 2007, when the embargo incurred, those 3 customers that we were negotiating with crossed us off their list. We no longer met their minimum requirements of rail, and that was very difficult for us. When the rail closed, the polysilicon manufacturers went away. It also eliminated us from a number of other opportunities. We had a lot of people coming up to us in the community just saying, what's going on? Why is this happening? Is this any way to run a railroad? And of course our answer was no, it's really not in our mind a good way to run a railroad. They've had a tremendous negative impact, not only us as a port, but on the community in general, as you've been hearing today, and beyond Coos Bay. I have a concern that it's not simply a railroad that we're dealing with here. What I understand is that Fortress Investment does have some say and some involvement in the decisions that are made. We have a grave concern about that. Focusing on short-term investment is something that we don't have the luxury of doing. We have to plan for the long term. That's our job as commissioners. I'm not sure that Fortress and Rail America feel such obligation, and that is something else that we're very concerned about. It appears to me that they bought a railroad, didn't like what they saw, now are considering closing that railroad. I know there's been a lot of talk about ripping up tracks and scrapping. I'm not sure if that's what's actually going to happen. We hope it is certainly not. That's not in the best interest of our community. But I implore you to seriously consider not accepting an abandonment application or rejecting an abandonment application from Rail America Corp. Seriously consider what we think is a very viable option in the feeder line application, and understand that this is a particularly bitter blow to us because we don't have those highway connections. 2-lane roads to I-5 for us are not a viable option with truck traffic. You've heard enough about that, so I'm not going to comment on that anymore. After a quarter century of economic setbacks with industrial promise truly bright on our future, and whether it's polysilicon, whether it's a container terminal out there in our future at some point, which we're hopeful about, we find it difficult to accept that the operator's actions are negatively impacting us the way that they are. And for the people of the Coos Bay area, gentlemen, we truly hope that you won't allow that to happen to us, and that you will accept the feeder line application in its entirety at a reasonable price.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop, anything to add?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure how much time we have left, so I can speak fast, or I can...
Just 1 minute.
1 minute. Well, gee, I'm going to have to... Quite all right. Well, I've been in public service for 20 years, and I've learned to let the bosses speak first, so I'll just add an echo to their comments. I have submitted my testimony in writing, and so you'll have it there. I did want to point out to you, I did pass out a political cartoon from 1910, and through the course of today, you're probably going to hear from critics of the port who may say we have ulterior motives to owning and operating this line. And I wanted to let you know that we've had critics for well over 100 years, as the cartoon would indicate. We win some, we lose some. That's the way it is. That's probably the way it's always going to be. But you have the opportunity to do what no one else has done, and that's shut us down. There are no ports on the moon, and there's for obvious reasons. And without our rail line, we might as well be on the moon. And there's no way to operate a commercial port without viable, efficient transportation assets. And this, to us, is really a matter of survival. We don't particularly really want to be in the rail business. I'll have to be honest with you about that. We kind of have looked and looked for everyone else that we could find that would be willing to pick up the pace. We asked Corp. They said absolutely not unless you reward us for our obvious negligence. We asked the Union Pacific. They considered it, and they said no. We asked other short line operators. They indicated that some of them indicated they were afraid of Wall Street and didn't want to get involved. Others said they have an interest in operating it, but that because of neglected maintenance on the line, that they were not willing to assume ownership of the line. So we are here today. Again, very appreciative of your time and energy on the part of you and your staff to come to Oregon and to listen to our issues, and we are deeply appreciative of that, as we are appreciative of all of our partners that are here today, our citizens of the communities, and also our elected officials who have been wonderful throughout this whole process. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. I'll just go ahead and ask a few questions if I could. It seems pretty clear so far on the record that this is in recent months and years has been, and may well be for a period going forward, a money-losing operation, the operation of this line. You factor in the maintenance that's needed, and then the shortage of traffic, the drop in traffic, and here we have the port stepping in, wanting to run the line. How are you going to make it work? I mean, help me get comfortable with just how this plays out over the next couple of years, and then beyond.
Well, I think there's two elements to that. First of all, we're not clear from the process so far exactly how long the line has been losing money. We are clear from our own pro formas that we've put together with our business consultants that the line is from a business standpoint, very few people would invest in this line as an investment opportunity. We are somewhat different in the sense that so goes the fortunes of the railroad, so go the fortunes of the port. And our plan is to look at expanding business opportunities on the line. But for us and our constituents, it's, as I mentioned earlier, a matter of survival. I mean, it may lose money, but the alternative is much worse. So it's, to us, more or less the lesser of two evils, for lack of a better description. Without the rail line, we don't have any opportunities in the future. We will not be able to grow our main business. And the strategic partners that we've developed over the years are not going to be successful, and they will not be able to grow their business. So it's not to us an issue so much of how much money does the line lose. The question really becomes how much do we lose if we don't have the line.
It's been suggested in the record by the port, I believe, and others that the Railroad Corp should be required by this board to repair the line of railroad, repair the tunnels, get the line up into a solid operating shape prior to any ultimate transfer of ownership. How do you help me understand kind of the mechanics of how you propose that that happen, and if you're aware of any precedent or pattern or case where that's been done before?
I think we're not very sophisticated when it comes to issues of past presidents before the STB. We were blissfully ignorant of your responsible obligation to the nation up until September of last year. So we've had quite a fast education curve that we've been on in that regard. So as far as citations or this stuff, I'll have to defer to our counsel to augment the record on that question at a later moment. But I can tell you from a common sense standpoint, we didn't put the rail line in the condition it's in. The mills, the working families in the Bay Area and southwestern Oregon, through their blood, sweat, and tears, created the economic opportunities that built and paid for that line. And we think it's a responsibility not of them to again pay for it, just for the right and honor and privilege of having their jobs, but that the people that they put their faith and trust in to hold up their end of the bargain would do so. And we think it's only appropriate that they provide the line back to the community in the condition at which they paid for it.
As a prospective new owner of this line, what type of, I'll say, due diligence do you anticipate doing? In other words, would you make it your business to have experts, whether they be engineers, consultants, walk the line, assess the condition it's in? Because we've seen a situation in the past where it appears that the railroad changed hands, and there have been sort of different statements on the record about what kind of condition it was in at the last time the railroad changed hands, and whether or not the most recent owner, Corp, has done a reasonable job or not of maintaining it. If we get to another transfer, hypothetically, and it's the port as the owner, what steps would you take to make sure the record is clear as to what condition you're starting off with, and kind of the job you have before you, so we don't see this sort of repeat itself where there's cross accusations of what condition was in and whether or not the port did an adequate job of maintaining it?
Well, The port, I apologize. The port itself has had only 3 days of access to the line, and under certain restrictions, I think it's Hines, Fortress's attorney, has done a very good job of befuddling our efforts to put together good information from a layman's perspective. We have every intention of thoroughly analyzing the situation and looking at the asset from a long-term standpoint, which would involve considerable amount of capital investigation as far as what type of capital improvements are needed on the line. We would have been giving some considerable thought to going ahead and starting immediately the RFQ process for the selection of an operator, namely specifically for the section, and I'm hoping that I don't butcher as possible so that both they and the public have a good understanding of exactly what we're getting ourselves into. There has been a lot of effort on that line from different angles. We know that there's been analysis done by different firms. We've looked at as much of that documentation as we can get. And based on what I saw and looked at it, having maintained 19 miles of rail when I was at the Port of Pasco, I would have loved to have had track that was in that good a shape there. So in some areas it's well maintained. In other areas it's obviously gone for attention. So to that end, yeah, without question, we will be developing a detailed list. Our legislature will require that. They're very savvy folks, and I can assure you, having appeared before them on many occasions, they will very well hold us to a very high standard for the amount of analysis so that they will fully understand what they're getting themselves into.
Commissioner Buttry, any questions?
I think we would all agree that it's a part of the common carrier obligation that rail carriers maintain their rail lines and rail infrastructure up to a certain standard of care. I don't think there would be any discussion about that responsibility. Let me just ask you a hypothetical question. If it were determined that we had some leverage or some discretion in terms of how we might act in these circumstances, would it be your position that the board should fashion some type of mechanism whereby the current operator and current owner of the line would be penalized for the fact that they did not live up to that common carrier obligation?
Well, we too are very concerned with precedent. Anything that establishes precedent for the rail industry is not necessarily in ports' nationwide's best interest. Ports have a very long and very mutually beneficial relationship with railroads, and there are a lot of very well-run railroads and very well-run port operations throughout the country. So establishing precedent is something that we are concerned with. However, this is somewhat unique in the sense that this is the first time we've had this situation where there's been the involvement of a hedge fund, and if there's any precedents being set, in my opinion, it's because the hedge fund has gotten involved and is looking at it not from a system-wide standpoint, but from a segment standpoint. So I would say on the average, most long-term owners and operators of rail infrastructure looks at these assets from a very long-term perspective and not a short-term perspective. So to that end, yeah, I think in this particular situation, there is grounds for some type of message to be sent that the object of railroads is not to throw the asset into a blast furnace and cut a quick check, but it's to run a railroad and to provide transportation assets for the nation's economy.
Would you agree that it sort of subverts the process of feeder lines applications for a carrier to just let lines just go into complete ruin before anything is done, before a feeder line application would come in?
Commissioners, if there's anything that is apparent to me is that this discussion should have taken place many years ago, and that the decision on whether it was prudent to abandon the line or keep it open should not have been deferred until this moment when it's clear that the railroad knew these conditions existed and allowed the port, Congress, the United States, the state legislature, and private business interests continue to invest in infrastructure and facilities that relied upon that rail, having no knowledge of exactly what type of deferred maintenance was taking place. The issue here is that they have deferred the pain, if you will, until the last minute, and just because it coincides with a very fortuitous salvage market, I'm sorry, I'm a bit cynical regarding my cynicism anymore, and I cannot completely remove that thought from my mind.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
I think I'd just like to comment that what you saw this morning was an overwhelming show of support from our federal delegation, our state legislature, our governor, our local elected representatives. We're appointed representatives, but you have our undying support for this feeder line application. We're committed, we're ready, we'll do what we need to do to make this successful, and we look forward to your decision sometime in the fairly near future.
Yeah, and I would say one thing, the one piece of this rail line that we have been charged with, the bridge that Congressman DeFazio referred to, that we have maintained, that we have kept it up, and that we've also required when vessels have struck it that it was repaired and it's been kept in good condition. And the port has taken that job very seriously and have kept that in good condition.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
I just have one follow-up question, and you have to work with me. This is potentially a hypothetical question, but let me ask it. If this board can construct a way where there is a financial settlement or the financing of the repair of the tunnels that caused the closure and embargo of the line can be segregated and made available, put in a fund or set aside. So let's just say, under that hypothetical, the funding is there to get the line reopened as part of this whole process. Would the port, under this hypothetical, as the incoming owner, be more comfortable managing those funds and overseeing the repair work of the tunnels that you're going to be owning yourselves, or with your named consultant expertise or experts? Or would you rather have the railroad that presided over the deterioration and closure of those tunnels, who wants nothing to do with the line anymore and who's presumably going to be out of the community, be charged with the responsibility of managing that work quickly? You're going to want to see it done quickly, safely,
Yes.
and in a manner that will last and hold forward for the longest period possible,
Absolutely.
correct? So I'm just looking at who has the better motive to get the job done in the public interest. Help me. Is your preference to, in that hypothetical, granted it's a hypothetical, I say the money is there, and would you prefer to manage that work yourselves, or would you rather have the Corp do it?
I think it's fair to say that we are highly motivated, but I will turn that technical question over to Mr. Bishop. He will be working with it more closely.
I was going to make an attempt to be humorous and say our engineers are used to working in the rain, but we definitely would prefer to control our own destiny in that regard, simply because we're the ones that are suffering, our community. Our constituents, the folks that pay the taxes, that support our operations, are the ones that are being penalized, and I think our motivation would be superior to that of the company based on the track record to date.
Yeah, I'm in the construction industry, and I would like to see us take charge of that and make sure that it gets done, and gets done right and timely.
Okay. It seems it may be an oversimplification, but it reminds me of a garden variety situation of a home sale. New homeowner, the closing is next week, the inspection happens, and oops, there's a leaking roof. Mm-hmm. And the seller says, oh, don't worry, I'll get that fixed in time for closing, and the buyer might just want to say, you know, let's get a quick expert report and have a little escrow fund set aside, and I'll take care of it until I'll be living in it as a new homeowner for the next many years. And more often than not, it's better all the way around if the person that's going to be managing and responsible and owning the facility actually gets it into condition. But that's just one somewhat simplistic example.
I think we concur.
Good. Any other questions, Mr. Buckley?
I'm a little bit uneasy about the answer that I got about establishing precedent.
Yes, sir.
When I asked the question about some way of fashioning some equitable, more equitable approach to this feeder application idea, I wanted to see if I could get a little bit clearer answer about whether you would think that it would be something that you would support if some discretionary authority existed to find a more equitable approach to how to fund this new construction than what we have right now before us. Is that something that you would support?
Yeah, let me, for the record, and I apologize for not understanding your question as well as I should have.
Maybe my question was poorly
No, sir.
but
My wife assures me I have a listening issue, so.
I have the same problem.
Our only desire is resumption of rail service to our community. So if there's a more equitable way and there's any solution to the situation, we are going to be highly supportive of that.
From the commission, I could vouch for that also.
Yes.
It just concerns me that the situation, the factual situations differ from case to case, and I think there ought to be some way of addressing the different fact situations that we have. And I do think it does have a chilling effect on the provision of line haul of line sales and applications for feeder line operations, where you have a situation like we have now before us, and I think that's something it's a concern to me, and I heard the chairman say it was a concern to him. I think I heard you right.
And if I could just dialogue, we're on the record, and one of the challenges working as a board is we can't just chat in our offices amongst board members about pending cases like this, but when we are here on the record with the public hearing, we can certainly dialogue. And so I'll say, partly in response to my colleague's question, if I read some of the pleadings from the attorneys for the port correctly, I see at least an argument being made for something along the lines of a wrongful abandonment, which I believe arguably allows the board some equitable way of sorting out when the abandonment actually happened, was it wrongful or not, and then that gets us beyond just the strict parameters of net liquidation value. Net liquidation value is pretty clear cut. You look at the market value of the steel, the real estate, et cetera, and there's usually not a lot of intrigue. I mean, experts argue over it, of course, because you get some low estimate and high estimate, but it generally is what it is. But if this were to become something along the lines of a wrongful abandonment proceeding, then that may be another kettle of fish. So the record, it's not fully developed yet for me to conjure any kind of prediction there. I just want to flag the issue as I read it from your lawyers' pleadings.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could just comment on that, we have excellent representation, and I'm sure we will get advice to respond accordingly and request opportunity to augment the record as it may be.
Good, and of course, any questions we've asked that are legalistic or require, for whatever reason, require follow-up, we do have a little bit of time in the schedule between now and later this month with the record open. So feel free to, all witnesses, feel free to supplement your testimony if you feel that any questions were not easy to answer as you sit here right here today. Any other response or quick questions?
Thank you again so much.
Thank you, panel. We appreciate your time and patience today. We will now dismiss this panel. We will take a 20-minute recess. I have it as basically 1 o'clock. We will return at 20 past 1 and proceed with the next panel, which will be panel 4A, shippers and other businesses. Thank you. Southport Forest Products, Jason Smith from Oregon Western Lumber, Paul Daly from Menasha Forest Products Corporation, Scott Starkey from the Plum Creek Timber Company, Joel A. Nelson, and from the Georgia Pacific Wood Products Company, Bill Goodman. Thank you for your patience today, and we will start with Alan Ford and Andy Jeffers. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of the Coos-Siskiyou Shippers Coalition and my own company, Roseburg Forest Products, I wish to thank the Surface Transportation Board for coming to Oregon to hold this hearing. I am the president of Roseburg Forest Products with manufacturing facilities heavily concentrated in Southern Oregon and Northern California. We employ over 3,500 employees, with most of our facilities located in rural areas where we represent the principal employer. My testimony today, I'm going to speak largely from the coalition standpoint, and Mr. Jeffers, who is joining me, will speak it from the Roseburg Forest Products aspect. Attached in the handout, and I'm not going to get into it today, is a list of the coalition, which consists of 49 members, many of whom will be testifying here today. The coalition includes the 4 active shippers on the Coos line, as well as a number of shippers on the Siskiyou line who have either lost service, who are concerned in general about the potential of further abandonments by Rail America. In addition, there are a number of other forest products companies who are members but who do not ship by rail. While they normally move their products to market by truck, they too have been impacted because of the increased demand for trucks to meet the loss of rail service. We are now facing an impending truck shortage in a very weak wood products market. When the housing market recovers and the demand for wood products escalates, we will not have the trucking capacity to meet our shipping needs off the coast. Other entities that have joined the coalition include 5 city councils representing smaller cities, 5 Chamber of Commerce representing the larger communities, and 4 county governments. They have all joined with the recognition that Rail America's actions to curtail rail service will ultimately result in economic stress to the general public in southwestern Oregon and northern California. They are also very aware of the chilling effect that these closures have on other business interests who have been considering relocating to these rural communities. I was going to provide testimony about the segmentation of the situation on the Coos line. I think I'm going to skip that because I think that's been very adequately covered. We do have as a request that you accept the feeder line application filed by the Port of Coos Bay to purchase, refurbish, and restore service to the line as quickly as possible. This application is made for the entire line from Coquille to Eugene and does not allow Rail America to retain the piece from Vaughan to Eugene. The Port is a quasi-public agency who has an experienced staff and a track record of managing difficult projects. The Port's board of directors consists of local dedicated businessmen and women who have a personal stake in the success of restoring rail service to Coos County. The supporting arguments for restoring the line to service are many. In the case of the 4 main shippers on the line, access to inland markets is key to our survival. We export most of our finished products to major markets in the states west of the Mississippi River. Rail is the only economical way to access these long-distance markets. All 4 shippers have now been reduced to trucking our materials to transload facilities for rail shipping, which has dramatically increased our manufacturing costs in this very difficult economic time. Coos County is going through a period of rapid transition and moving forward to a much stronger future. All of the major shippers are in the process of committing millions of dollars into modernizing and expanding operations. With a strong workforce, increasing timber supply base, and access to a deep water port, there is a significant potential for increased economic growth. With its close relationship to the southwestern Oregon area, Coos County is a major component in the economic future for the whole region. This potential is all based on a strong rail infrastructure. Once again, I would like to express our deep appreciation to you and members of your staff for traveling to Eugene and giving our local affected parties their chance to provide input on this critical issue. Now I would like to introduce Andy Jeffers, who is the manager of Roseburg Forest Products Transportation Department, so he can give you a detailed explanation of the impacts of service on our Coquille plant operation.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffers, please proceed.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, members of the CERT Board, for agreeing to come out here and meet with us today. I'm Andy Jeffers. I'm Traffic Manager Rail for Roseburg Forest Products, and I'm here to talk about our Coquille operations. Over 70% of Coquille's production moves on rail just because of the remote location it's in, and that works out to about 4 to 6 rail cars per day. Roseburg has spent millions of dollars at Coquille upgrading the plant and equipment, and we've made it a low-cost producer of plywood, and we're going to make sure that Coquille will be a major player now and in the future. Roseburg has been well aware of problems plaguing the Coos Bay line. We've had to contend with line closures due to flooding, tunnel cave-ins, etc. These would last anywhere from several days to several months. When the line was open, the service was barely acceptable. Empties would take 2 to 3 days to move down from Eugene to Coquille, and 4 to 5 days for the loads to come back to interchange to the Union Pacific. Several times prior to the closure, Corp met with Roseburg about the line. We discussed the deteriorating condition, the fact that Corp had no funds available for repair, and the long-term viability of the line was also in danger. Each time Roseburg would ask the Corp, what can we do to help? Corp would agree that it needed to make some decisions, get some action plans put together, and then come back and talk to us. We would hear nothing further on this until they came back and reran the problems they were facing again. Roseburg has decided to stay in Coquille, and we need a viable rail transportation partner to stay in business. Since the line closure, Roseburg's transportation costs from Coquille have increased by over $200,000 per month. Over the course of a year, we expect our transportation costs will be an additional $2.5 to $3 million. We oppose the abandonment that has been filed by Rail America, and we support the feeder line application submitted by the Port of Coos Bay and urge the board to approve this application. And I was going to talk about the segmentation, but that's been covered, and I'm in agreement that it should not be allowed. The line closure is costing shippers every day. Markets are weak, prices are very depressed, and bottom lines are being affected. I would urge the board to expedite their decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. Mr. Smith?
Can you hear me? Yes, hello. My name is Jason Smith, and I'm the operations manager of Southport Forest Products located in Coos Bay, Oregon. I, too, would like to thank the board for coming and meeting with us folks here in Oregon and listening to our concerns. To give you a brief history of how this rail embargo has affected Southport Forest Products and the people that work for me, I'll just give you a real small history of Southport Forest Products and how we came to be, because I'm a fairly young kid and started the business. Southport Forest Products started a small log chipping and sawmill facility in 1998, specializing in converting small logs into wood chips and lumber. As the company grew, considerations were given to invest in growing the existing facility by investing in new machinery and technology. An in-depth analysis of the business identified that it was not prudent to continue to invest money in the current location due to a lack of the necessary transportation infrastructure. Southport, at that time, decided to look for a new location to build a new state-of-the-art sawmill that had access to all the required transportation infrastructure in order to stay competitive in an increasingly competitive global economy. 2 transportation modes were identified as critical in order to locate the new sawmill. They were identified as access to good rail infrastructure and access to a marine shipping terminal. At that time, we were transloading approximately 60% of our lumber by trucks to a rail reload in Coos Bay, where it was shipped on to our customers. Southport Forest Products reached a deal with the Port of Coos Bay, where the Port of Coos Bay sold a parcel of land to Southport on a north spit, with the understanding that the Port of Coos Bay was required to build a rail line connecting the new sawmill site with the Corp line. This process went off without a hitch, and by the summer of 2005, the rail spur was completed. With the startup of the new sawmill in the late summer of 2005, Southport started shipping lumber via the rail spur. Southport struggled with the startup of the new sawmill, as is typical. It took well over a year before the new sawmill was starting to reach production levels as intended. Next came a slowdown in the housing market that reduced the value that sawmills received for their finished products. By the fall of 2007, certain lumber prices had reached historically low prices that had not been seen in over 20 years. This is unadjusted for inflation, so the prices are actually lower than that. This created conditions that made it nearly impossible for sawmills to operate profitably. The last straw was when Corp suddenly announced an embargo on the Coos Bay line. Southport was immediately hit with huge lag times between when we called orders ready to ship and when they actually shipped out. This was caused from numerous items, but mostly due to the lack of alternative transportation systems available to us and to the other shippers in our area. There were only a certain number of trucks available to ship our products to the existing reloads in the Willamette Valley. In addition, the reloads did not have the manpower and the equipment to handle the additional workload. The end result was that inventories of finished goods swelled. This caused canceled ordered and frustrated customers that were reluctant to do business with Southport due to the unreliable shipping practices. This rippled through the sawmill industry in Southern Oregon. At Southport, we immediately went into a pure survival mode. We imposed a wage freeze, did away with our production bonus system, and reduced benefits to our employee medical plans. In addition, we eliminated all non-essential jobs, cutting our workforce by 15%. Sawmill hours were reduced and extended shutdowns were taken around holidays. This has been the way that we have operated since the embargo. Right now, we are surviving. It is hard to say how long we can hold out. Currently, we are paying an additional $70,000 per month in transportation expenses to transload our lumber to reloads in the Willamette Valley. If rail service is not returned to the Southern Oregon coast, the long-term viability of our business is suspect. It will no longer make sense to continue and invest in our sawmill facility that has no long-term viability. Strategic decisions to continue to build the business will not be made, and eventually the doors will close. This will have an immediate effect on the employees at Southport Forest Products and the hundreds of jobs that are created by and dependent on the forest products industry. That pretty well explains how this has affected us.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll now hear from Mr. Scott Starkey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nottingham, Commissioner Buttrey. My name is actually Eric Farm. Scott couldn't make it today. I represent National Forest Products Corporation, which is based in North Bend, Oregon. Menasha is a private timber company that's been in Southwest Oregon for over 100 years. Our sole business is managing over 100,000 acres of timberland throughout Southwest Oregon. We do not operate any manufacturing facilities and consequently do little business directly with Corp, only amounting to 4 or 5 cars of bulk fertilizer per year. But the more important issue to us and all forest products companies in the region is the secondary effects on our business imposed by a lack of rail service on the Coos Bay line. Menasha alone harvests and sells approximately 100 truckloads of logs each day to local lumber, plywood, and chip manufacturers that are all serviced by Corp's Coos Bay and Siskiyou lines. Regionally, 5 more industrial timber companies and numerous private timber owners own and manage over 700,000 acres, which provide timber to mills along the Coos Bay line. These timberland owners currently harvest and sell approximately 450 truckloads of logs per day to manufacturers just on the Coos Bay line alone. The mills on this line depend on the railroad to move finished products cost-effectively to markets all over the United States. The loss of rail service on the Coos Bay line has been compounded by stagnant housing market, which has pushed lumber prices to the lowest point in over 20 years. Short-term, mills located on the Coos Bay line are forced to operate at a loss just to remain in the global lumber market. Long-term, their ability to continue operating is in jeopardy. If these manufacturers are not able to compete and must shut down their facilities, companies like Menasha will have no option but to haul our logs to mills located along the I-5 corridor that still have rail service. Because lumber, plywood, and wood chips are a commodity, it's nearly impossible to pass this additional cost of transporting raw materials on to retail buyers of individual 2x4s or sheets of plywood. Therefore, the additional cost of transporting logs or lumber to a facility with rail service must be absorbed by the manufacturer. This additional cost also reduces the price that mills can afford to pay for raw materials, in our case, logs. If we are forced to truck every log to mills with rail service, our company would have to pay an additional $300 per load in additional transportation costs. This might not sound like a lot, but it adds up to $3.2 million per year for our company alone. This comes directly off our bottom line during a market cycle which we can at least afford it. Whether or not to resume rail service along the Coos Bay line is just not an option. Hundreds of family wage jobs and the economic livelihood of our region depend on this vital transportation link. From a safety standpoint, to get to the I-5 corridor, trucks must navigate over one of 2 routes through the Oregon Coast Range. These highways are 2-lane, windy roads that are subject to closure during winter storms. And during the summer months, RV and tourist traffic can cause significant delays along these routes. In log trucks alone, the addition of 450 round trips each day could paralyze these highways. Another concern for timber companies with no manufacturing division, such as Menasha, is that if any mills along the Coos Bay line are forced to close due to a lack of rail service, these remaining mills may have an excessive log supplies available, further reducing competition for logs and resulting in lower log sales prices. This 1-2 punch of higher transportation costs and lower sales prices will substantially reduce our company's profitability and ultimately reduce the total asset value of our timberland. Menasha Forest Products Corporation wholly opposes the abandonment of the Coos Bay line proposed by Corp and supports the feeder line application submitted by the Port of Coos Bay. This transportation link from Coquille to Eugene is essential for the economic viability of the entire southern Oregon coast. The line between Coos Bay and Eugene bisects our property in numerous locations, and based on my experience with the geology and topography of this region in the state, any extended period of non-use could jeopardize the possibility of ever reopening this line. Not only are the tunnels in need of immediate repair, but the hill slopes and stream crossings require regular maintenance, without which the cost to repair could make reopening this vital transportation link uneconomical. Action must be taken immediately to reopen the Coos Bay line and restore service to our communities. Furthermore, if Corp cannot operate the entire line, they should be required to sell the entire length from Coquille to Eugene to the Port of Coos Bay. The port should be given every opportunity to make the line profitable, and retention by Corp of short segments that are more lucrative and allow control of the entire line will only cause logistical problems and delays for shippers on the line. This will undermine the port's good faith effort to reopen this line to full service. In summary, I'd like to emphasize the enormous financial strain the lack of rail service is currently imposing on companies like Menasha. and the long-term negative impact on timberland values across the region if southwestern Oregon loses rail service permanently. This concludes my remarks, and I thank you for this opportunity to comment on the abandonment petition and the feeder line application before the board.
Thank you, Eric. And just for the record, could you spell your last name?
Yes, F-A-R-M.
Oh, that's easy. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Joel Nelson of the Plum Creek Timber Company.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttrey and fellow staff members. Thank you for coming to Oregon and giving us an opportunity to testify and provide comment on the proposed abandonment of the Coos Bay-Coquille rail line and the feeder line application by the Port of Coos Bay. My name is Joel Nelson. I am the Senior Resource Manager of Plum Creek Timber Company's Oregon operations based in Coos Bay. Plum Creek is the largest timberland owner in the United States. Plum Creek has operations in 19 states and we're a publicly traded company. My responsibility is to manage Plum Creek's 430,000 acres of timberlands in the state of Oregon. Plum Creek has no mills or production facilities in Oregon, so we do not directly do business with Corp. Plum Creek strictly manages their timberlands, sells the logs produced from these lands to area sawmills, plywood plants, and pulp log facilities like Southport, Roseburg, and Georgia Pacific. Plum Creek's interest in this rail transportation matter is similar to the interests of other forest products companies in the Bay Area region. Area sawmill customers, due to lack of current rail service on the Coos Bay line, are being forced to use other transportation systems such as trucking and barges versus rail transportation to get their finished products to market. With the current cost of diesel fuel, the increased number of trucks on two-lane highways through the Coast Range, the wear and tear on the coastal road systems, the increased contribution of carbon into the atmosphere, all of these byproducts of less efficient transportation systems and are more costly. Plum Creek owners, timberland owners like Plum Creek rely on area sawmills and businesses with access to reliable, competitive transportation systems, which adds value to their timberlands, the saw logs that they produce. In today's competitive global world, our United States industries must operate efficiently and competitively in order to compete in the world marketplace. If regional sawmills and other area businesses cannot compete, or if they are influenced by imposed constraints which are out of their immediate control, but that does affect their business flow or their movement of finished products, then they have been cost disadvantaged. In addition, future capital investments for manufacturing upgrades may be limited or non-existent, and they may eventually go out of business. If coastal area sawmills cease to exist or competition is downsized, suddenly consuming sawmills are an additional 80 to 100 miles away from the timberland owners' properties, like in the Willamette Valley or Roseburg. Transportation costs just drastically escalated, and the values returned to the timberlands and the produced logs are diminished. As an example, Plum Creek currently delivers approximately 40 to 45 loads of logs per day to area mills within the Coos Bay-Coquille area. If these mills were to fail and Plum Creek had to haul their logs to the Willamette Valley, the I-5 corridor, the cost to Plum Creek would be estimated at an additional $2.8 million per year in log transportation costs. The timberland owners have lost market and asset value in this case. This would be the case for any Southwest Oregon timberland owner, large or small, industrial or small private. This is a very serious concern to Plum Creek and our Coos Bay timberlands. In fact, this is what is now happening in Coos Bay. With Corp's decision to cease operations of the Coos Bay line, the results have increased transportation costs for finished products and reduced what area sawmills can pay for raw logs and raw materials. Therefore, a viable, reliable, and competitively run rail system would help with this serious issue and help maintain timberland asset for Plum Creek and other coastal timberland owners. Plum Creek invests and manages its timberlands in an environmentally sound manner to protect water, air, fish, and wildlife while growing trees and fiber to supply the lumber, plywood demands demanded by society. Supply and demand is what makes money and keeps us in business. Anything less than having a reliable and unimpeded rail line from Coos Bay, Coquille to Eugene, we feel is unacceptable to our company and the area sawmill customers, and should be unacceptable to the state of Oregon. Another concern is the proposed segmentation of the Coos Bay line by Corp. Plum Creek feels that this would be a bad precedence for rail transportation systems in this particular case. It would give Corp undue control of the rail traffic moving from Coos Bay to Coquille and the Eugene I-5 corridor. Corp could control the current traffic and therefore be an impediment. Plum Creek is also opposed to allowing Corp to abandon the Coos Bay line and being allowed to remove rail infrastructure from the system. This would not be a benefit to Plum Creek or our sawmill customers or Southern Oregon businesses, and it would also impede future development. Plum Creek feels neglect of the line's assets and infrastructure should not be grounds for abandonment of this rail system for the Southwest Oregon to the I-5 corridor. Plum Creek supports the decision that holds Corp accountable and requires that Corp fix many of the chronic maintenance issues on the line, then require Corp to be proactive in selling the entire rail line to an interested and viable party who wants to operate the rail line. Currently, that would be negotiated with the Port of Coos Bay to buy the entire line and the acquisition and the acceptance of the proposed feeder application. Plum Creek would like to draw the STB's attention to the fact that Corps' recent actions have cost all of us and other timberland owners and sawmill customers and Southern Oregon businesses a great deal of money and opportunity over the year. If the Coos Bay line is abandoned and service is permanently lost, the values of our timberlands and timber in Southwest coastal region will be negatively impacted both now and in the future. That would be a great loss to Oregon, the citizens of Oregon, and Plum Creek's public shareholders. We feel there are solutions to this issue that will be beneficial to Southwest Oregon coast business, state of Oregon, Oregon citizens, and Plum Creek. In summary, Plum Creek takes the following positions. Plum Creek opposes the segmentation proposed by Corp of the current Coos Bay rail line from Coos Bay to Coquille and to the merger point with the UP main line at Eugene. Plum Creek opposes the abandonment proposal by Corp and the infrastructure salvaging of the current line. Plum Creek supports the feeder application by the Port of Coos Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's STB hearing on these applications and abandonment positions and having our comments heard. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I do want to just remind everyone to try to keep within your time allotment, Mr. Goodman.
No
Please
problem.
proceed. Thanks.
No problem. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Goodman. I'm the group manager for Western Lumber for Georgia Pacific West, a wholly owned subsidiary of Georgia Pacific. I've been with Georgia Pacific for 22 years and currently have manufacturing and sales responsibility for Western Lumber Group. GP and its subsidiaries operate 56 wood product manufacturing facilities throughout the United States, employing over 10,000 employees. I am here to speak on support of the Port of Coos Bay feeder line application to reestablish rail service on the line embargoed by the Corp. GP operates a sawmill at Coos Bay, which produces Doug fir lumber. Until the embargo by the Corp, the Coos Bay facility was the largest shipper on the line, receiving up to 40 carloads of logs per month and shipping up to 275 carloads of finished lumber and wood chips per month. As with most wood products companies, we are heavily dependent on the rail freight network. This is especially true of the Coos Bay sawmill due to its geographic location on the Oregon coast and the market served. Coos Bay is 80 to 90 miles from Interstate 5 corridor, affecting the cost and availability of motor carrier capacity. Primary destinations are the population centers west, where length of haul and volumes require the strategic advantage of rail to compete effectively. When the rail embargo was first imposed by the Corp on September 21st, with 1 day's notice, it created immediate and significant issues for our supply chain. Candidly, we were surprised at the lack of communication as GP had developed an effective business relationship over the years with the Corp. While the GP logistics team was able to quickly develop transportation alternatives, predominantly rail service via Eugene, Oregon reload and additional motor carrier capacity, the impact of the short notice period for the embargo caused us to temporarily shut down production at the Coos Bay facility, putting 125 people out of work for several weeks. On an ongoing basis, the impact of the rail embargo has resulted in transportation cost increase on finished lumber of 17 to 21% over what we were paying prior to the embargo. The sawmill is currently operating at around 60% of capacity, resulting in a freight cost impact of approximately $1.5 million in 2008. At full production, this cost impacts to around $2.5 million per year on finished lumber. In addition, the rail embargo has adversely affected the cost on wood fiber. The inbound shipment of logs and outbound shipment of wood chips. At current production level, the cost impact on wood fiber is approximately $550,000 per year. At full production, around $935,000 a year. This volume is moving via motor carrier in the absence of rail service. As a total, that's $2 to $3.5 million per year of impact on the operations. There are other effects as well. Increased highway congestion on two-lane coastal roads, such as Highway 101, and the environmental and safety impact of additional trucks on the highway. In summary, the absence of direct rail service will seriously jeopardize GP Coos Bay's sawmill long-term ability to compete and sustain profitable operations. We strongly support the Port of Coos Bay's feeder application as the vehicle to restore rail service to the region. Upon restoration of the rail service, GP Coos Bay Mill operation would be considered by the company as a platform for growth. This could lead to capital investment, production expansions, and more jobs in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Commissioner Butcher, any questions for this panel?
No questions.
I don't think I have any questions either, but mostly because many of you are no strangers to the board. And Alan Ford, appreciate your ongoing representation and leadership. We've heard from you at our previous hearing on the common carrier obligation. You've been in our offices through attempts to mediate this controversy, and so much of what I've heard today doesn't trigger questions, but don't confuse that with lack of understanding or interest. Your concerns are well understood, and we are very interested in them, and we appreciate your time today and your patience, and we will dismiss you now and invite the next panel forward. And that would be panel 4B, including the American Bridge Manufacturing Company, Chambers Plumbing and Heating, Danish Dairy, H&S Construction, Railroad and Salvage. Welcome, panel. You've each been allocated 5 minutes, and we will start with Mr. Fred Jacot of the American Bridge Manufacturing Company.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttrey, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing today here in Eugene. And before I start my prepared testimony, I wanted to make a couple of personal comments. I have been an Oregon native all my life. I chose to build my career here. My wife and I have chose to raise our family in Coos Bay for many of the reasons that you heard from the other panelists or other testifiers here today. And I wanted to comment also of interest, many of the trestles and bridges on this line were built by American Bridge Company back in the early 1900s. So it's a personal pride for me to be here representing a company that has history in this state from many years ago. My name is Fred Jacot, and I am the plant manager for American Bridge Manufacturing's Reedsport, Oregon facility. I've asked to speak before the board today to explain the devastating effects the Central Oregon and Pacific's 2007 embargo has had on my plant and those long-term impacts if the rail line is abandoned. American Bridge Company selected the current Reedsport plant location because it was shovel-ready with an existing rail spur and immediate access to the Class 1 rail infrastructure throughout the nation. With help and support from Douglas County, the City of Reedsport, the State of Oregon, and the U.S. Economic Development Agency, we broke ground in June of 2002 and began operations in March of 2003. American Bridge Company has invested over $16 million bringing the plant up to its current capacity. To date, our plant has sold over $28 million in railroad, highway, and pedestrian bridges for projects throughout the middle and western United States. We are currently fabricating steel for the Hoover Dam Bypass Bridge, an elevated intermodal rail yard in Chicago, and supporting structures for the erection of the San Francisco Bay Bridge in San Francisco, California. The bulk of our products to date have been bridges for Class 1 railroads throughout the middle and western United States. Our 80-person workforce is comprised of displaced timber, construction, and shipyard workers from the local region, many of whom would traditionally have to leave the area to find work. And our 2008 projected payroll is $2.3 million. Since we began shipping by rail in 2005, we have processed close to 100 cars on our spur before the embargo. Current projections for full plant capacity is 90 to 150 cars per year. Much of this traffic has been incoming raw material from steel producers east of the Mississippi River. Much of the time, our cars were misrouted on Corp's line and often delivered 1 to 2 weeks later than expected. Ordering empty cars for outgoing shipments has also been problematic. Often we could not contact the Corp car manager to place an order. We would not receive confirmation when cars were ordered, or we would not receive accurate estimated delivery times for empty cars. And we also often experience the same long delivery and routing problems with empty cars that we experience with incoming material cars. These issues culminated in October 2006 when a tunnel collapse resulted in loaded rail cars being stranded in our yard. The collapse resulted in extraordinary and unanticipated costs for American Bridge Manufacturing for transloading truck shipping on two projects in the Midwest. When we received notification of the Corp's pending embargo 24 hours before it was imposed, it was quite clear that Corp had no defined, detailed plan for getting the embargo lifted and no timeline. In November 2007, Corp announced their public-private partnership to restore service on the embargo line, and repeated attempts to negotiate an immediate lifting of the embargo have resulted in an impasse and Corp's eventual application for abandonment. This embargo has seriously impacted our operations, resulting in both direct and indirect costs. Prior to the embargo, raw material was delivered direct to our plant by rail for approximately 5.8 cents per pound. Currently, we are forced to transload or to rail incoming material to Portland and transload and truck to our plant at 9 cents per pound for delivered cost. Outgoing transport costs have increased even more than the 50% increase on incoming costs because of the need for permitted loads and special load conditions to haul the large products that we fabricate. The sudden and continued nature of the embargo forced us to reorganize work and process to address impacts associated with lost rail service, and the increased costs resulting from the embargo have led to unsuccessful bidding for over $18 million in new contracts this year alone. Finally, much of the market we have relied on since our operation began is no longer available to us due to the lack of rail access. Abandonment of the Coos Bay line will have even more drastic impact to our plant. Markets we successfully completed in before the embargo will be closed to us for good. Competitive advantage we enjoyed because we could receive raw material by rail will be lost. Limitations on the weight and size of the products we can ship out of our plant will become permanent, and increased operating expenses and decreased profitability will make further investment in our plant by American Bridge Company less attractive. Ultimately, abandonment of the Coos Bay line threatens our immediate and long-term viability at this plant. American Bridge Manufacturing strongly supports the Port of Coos Bay's continued efforts to bring service back to this line. We have suffered consistently poor service and have incurred significant and unexpected costs because of the embargo, and we urge support to grant the Port of Coos Bay's application as expeditiously as possible. We ask you guys to carefully consider the valuation and to strongly consider some financial arrangement to force Corp to pay for repairs to bring the line to a pre-embargo condition. And regardless of the outcome of the feeder line application, we absolutely oppose abandonment. In closing, thank you very much for you and your staff's responses to our questions in the past and the continued high level of interest here. And I wanted to thank the Port of Coos Bay and our congressional delegation for their continued advocacy on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. We'll now hear from Mr. Carl Foster of the Danish Dairy Company.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Our family has a 750 milking cow organic dairy in Coquille. We feed 2.5 rail cars of grain every month. Most of these commodities are from Iowa, Texas, Eastern Idaho, and Canada. I worked 2 years on a project with the Coos County Commissioners, the Corp, Roseburg Forest Products to get a 480-foot spur built at Roseburg Forest Products Coquille plant. We were about a month away from building the spur when the Corp closed the Coos Bay line. It would have been a public load and unload facility for other dairies, small lumber mills, or any other businesses who needed a site to receive or load cars. We are currently unloading cars in Roseburg with a portable belt conveyor. We have no electrical power there, nor can we put up a roof to unload cars in bad weather. Hauling our feed from Roseburg is 600 miles more per car than hauling from Coke Hill. Travel time is 12 hours versus 40 minutes. It cost us $800 per rail car just for fuel. I believe had this Coke Hill rail spur been constructed and the line not closed, more businesses would have greatly benefited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. We'll now hear from Mr. Wheeler of Danish Dairy.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham, Commissioner Buttry, and thank you so much for coming to Eugene, Oregon, so that more people can offer input. I am a practicing certified public accountant in Bandon, which is approximately 18 miles west of Coquille, where the rail line terminates. I've been in practice about 30 years. I am here today partially as the CPA for Danish Dairy and partially on my own behalf as a citizen, and I am not being compensated by any person for my time here. So with regard to Danish Dairy, I gave Matt Whalen, who's very nice in the opening meeting prior to this hearing, a copy, actually several copies of what I intended to testify on, and the copies include an Oregon Department of Agriculture 2005 Environmental Stewardship Award that Mr. Foster and the other members of Danish Dairy earned for their stewardship of the land. Danish Dairy has operated as a family business for over 70 years and is somewhat innovative, including the techniques that led to their award. And one of their innovations has been the use of rail cars to bring in the organic grain that Carl just talked about. And in 2006, they completed a storage facility costing nearly $300,000 at their own expense and bring in 30 rail cars a year roughly. That's not a major shipper compared to some of the other panelists here, but I believe that it does show the viability of rail for smaller businesses. And it's my understanding that other dairies are watching Danish Dairy's operation to see how the rail works and what it ends up costing. Now that Danish Dairy must drive to Roseburg to offload, they had to buy 2 new trucks. An earlier panelist testified that the Surface Transportation Board's own environmental assessment document would estimate about 19,000 new trucks. I know where 2 of them are. They're on that dairy, because that's what it takes now to go back and forth to get the rail cars. And again, their rail car loading is roughly the same as previously testified, 3 to 4 trucks per rail car. Also, as a CPA, I've had a number of clients who use propane. Propane is a somewhat dangerous quantity to ship on the highway. I would prefer that it be on rail. August 15th environmental assessment reported 14 rail cars in the year prior to the shutdown of propane being transported. All of my clients using propane have incurred sharp price increases. Another factor that I can't totally attribute to cause and effect, but the timing and amount seems very interesting, is that I've had quite a number of business clients who don't deal directly with rail, but who have suffered declining revenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. We'll now hear from is it Mr. Gomes or from H&S Construction.
Thank you. I'm representing Mel Schultz, H&S Construction.
Oh, Mr. Gomes, if you could just bring the mic a little closer to your...
I'm representing Mel Schultz, H&S Construction, the owner. First of all, thanks for your time, and sorry I couldn't make it. H&S Construction works an awful lot on the corp line and industry lines. When the coastline closed due to the tunnel, it worried me. The tunnel was repaired a couple times. I knew the coastline was making money, With the fuel prices and the economy, it lost. H&S Construction has worked on the coastline every year to keep it open. Over the years, Corp has done over 3 times the maintenance on their line to keep it running. The railroad's not perfect, and it takes a lot of maintenance. They don't always do things the way people think they should, but they have come a long way. I have worked and watched the industry grow and use more rail services by working together. So when the line closed, I thought it wouldn't be shut down for long. I thought the industry and the railroad would sit down, talk, and work it out. But instead, I hear and read about the railroad bashing, and it's all kind of one-sided. So here's my side of it. The industry and the railroad have a problem to work out. They need each other whether they like it or not. When they sit down to talk, they need to leave their attitudes and personal feelings at home and get down to the problem and not quit until they resolve it. That's why management and owners make the big money. The working class counts on them to do their jobs and not on their personal feelings. I firmly believe the coastline is a needed line and can make money. If everybody works together, there is no problem too big. Thanks for your time. Mel Schultz, H&S Construction.
Thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Jacko. You may know I have a highway background in government, having run a state highway agency and worked at the Federal Highway Administration. So I am very familiar with your company. Your company's done excellent work around the country, and it's in a very sensitive area because supplying steel and specialty steel for bridges and superstructures, there's a real shortage from the purchaser's perspective, as I was running a highway agency. There aren't enough of you out there often bidding on jobs. And so when I hear that your company is put at a disadvantage and possibly worse than a disadvantage, what kind of impact does that have on your customers? It sounds like they're going to be needing to spend more taxpayer dollars, paying more with less competition to purchase steel, perhaps from more remote locations, but then there also is some Buy America requirements where they can't just shop the world for it. They have to buy it domestically.
Yeah, well, as I commented, the Midwestern United States now is currently no longer available as a market to our plant. In 2004 and 2005, it was the majority of our sales, including a Baskeel refurbishment in downtown Milwaukee. Several of the general contractors in those markets indicated that they were very grateful to have another fabricator in the mix, as often they saw 1 or 2 bids only for many of those construction projects. And we had looked forward to building long-term relationships in that market because we were able to access it by rail. The Baskeel project that I mentioned would not have occurred at all if we had not had rail site. We shipped the main girders, 17-foot tall girders, 70-foot long, approximately 50 tons apiece, from Milwaukee to our site in Reedsport, rehabilitated those girders, and returned them to Milwaukee with new structural steel for the bridge decks and supporting members. We did engineering studies with Corp to ensure that that load could go through the tunnels. We had planned to ship the Hoover product by rail as well, and spent money for an engineering study to ensure that that would occur. And due to service issues, we had to resort to truck before the embargo occurred. So yes, it's been an impact. We were shut off of many markets that are currently active, and with consolidation in current material pricing, other fabricators are also dropping out of those markets.
Would you say that some of your projects that your company supports have had to be either delayed or these, like the Hoover Dam or the San Francisco Bay Bridge, either delayed or had their costs, project costs increased because of this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the material that we're working for the San Francisco Bay project had to be trucked down from Portland. It was approximately 45 truckloads of material. We're currently on the intermodal yard in Chicago. We're currently having to address how to cover the cost of 27 truckloads of material to Chicago that had been originally planned for about 5 rail cars. We're looking at incoming material costs that have priced us out of bids in Idaho and Eastern Washington, and having to account for that by bringing it off the bottom line in future contract bids. It's definitely driving the cost of fabrication overall up.
I
take the time to ask these questions not because your situation necessarily neatly fits within the traditional confines of the way this agency has always looked at feeder line applications or valuation, liquidation value, but it just goes to show the societal costs that are rippling out there through the economy, whether it's the wear and tear on the area's highways, which of course drains more taxpayer dollars or creates safety problems, which end up costing the public in healthcare costs, et cetera, or the increased costs and delays of major infrastructure projects like the San Francisco Bay Bridge, probably the project of most interest to the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives last time I checked, just as one person interested in it, and the Hoover bypass of enormous interest to my former direct boss, Secretary Peters from Arizona, our Secretary of Transportation, and the Majority Leader of the Senate. There are people in Washington who probably need to, fully, more than us, fully appreciate what's going on here and how this ripples and continues to ripple, and don't know, how we reconcile it all with our processes. But it's we've heard today about extensive societal costs that are playing out in this region, but even all across the country now.
Yes.
Commissioner Butcher, any questions?
I just have a question for Mr. Foster. Could you walk me again through the supply chain for this organic grain that you bring in to feed your livestock? Where does the grain come from?
It comes mostly from Iowa. The corn all comes from Iowa. The barley comes from eastern Idaho.
And you feed a mixture of the barley and the corn?
Yeah, and flax or soybean meal too.
And it comes in by rail car to where?
Roseburg.
Roseburg. And then you have to truck it from Roseburg to your property?
Yeah, it's about 80 miles.
To your feedlot, or to your farm?
Yeah.
So, and that's no longer happening?
Yes, but
you were going to build a spur line into your
it was 5 minutes away. It was we're 5 miles out of Coquille.
And you wouldn't have to. Then you wouldn't have to truck it, right?
Yeah, it would have been a real short trip. Now we're going 80 miles.
It's 80 miles now.
Yeah.
And once you build a spur line and you change your supply chain, it would be how far?
Previously, we unloaded in Coos Bay, which Coquille and Coos Bay are 20 miles apart. And we were working on getting a site in Coquille for a couple of years, and we actually had everything. It was a go, and they closed the line. Of course, nothing happened. But since a year ago, since they closed the line, we've been going to Roseburg.
And who was going to pay for the track from the main line over to your property?
Mostly the state.
Mostly the state.
Yeah, and
through some type of grant or some kind to.
Yeah, and if it didn't do so many cars within 3 years, then we had to kick out so much.
Right. And the spur line would be exclusively on your land. Was that correct?
No, it was on Roseburg Forest Products.
It was what?
It was on Roseburg Forest Products property.
Roseburg Forest Products.
Yeah,
okay.
at their Coquille mill.
So y'all are adjoining landowners, as it were. Is that correct?
No.
If I heard it correctly, help me if I get this wrong. Roseburg Forest Products agreed to host a public facility, basically, that any shipper could use.
Oh, that any shipper could use.
Yes.
Okay.
A public site.
Right. But the rail line can be used for other commodities, not just grain.
Exactly. That was the idea. The small mills or anyone could use the site.
So that's the way it got state funding, was because it was for public use.
Well, right now even in Roseburg, we don't have a designated place. We're unloading now at where they load the rock on the cars, and it's not real good, but we're getting by. And then at Coos Bay, we were unloading back behind the hardware store, and there was an RV park there, and sometimes we kind of dust them out a little bit, and it wasn't, we needed a spot, and we kind of had it. We're real close to it, but we'll start over, I guess, if everything goes well.
Thank you very much. It's going to be time to milk here in a few minutes. You maybe better head out of here. I grew up on a farm. I know about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That'll be all for this panel. We appreciate your time and patience. We'll invite the next panel.
Come on in, Judith.
As this panel sits down, I'll ask the audience to quiet down and take any conversations outside of the room. And we will now proceed with testimony from Mr. Tim Slater of the Bay Area Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Mr. Slater.
Well, thank you very much. Chairman Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry, we really do thank you, as you've heard before, bringing this hearing to Oregon to enable us that are most impacted by the proposed actions to speak more easily to them. I'm Tim Slater, the Executive Director of the Bay Area Chamber of Commerce, which is based in Coos Bay. The Bay Area Chamber of Commerce is a nonprofit professional business organization made up of the Coos Bay, North Bend, and Charleston communities. The Chamber works for a healthy economic climate of good jobs, capital creation, and honest and efficient government. And the Chamber's strength lies in the number and diversity of its membership, with over 650 members strong, representing every aspect of our area's economy. We use their vast collective experiences and energy to make a positive difference in our community. The Chamber strongly opposes the abandonment of the Coos Bay line by Corp and fully supports the feeder line application of the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay. In the last 178 minutes of scheduled testimony, included such things as safety comments, transportation isolations, increased truck traffic impacts, quantify the economic impacts, both current and future, and the need for the entire line to be under the port's management. We believe that you have sufficient facts and data to substantiate both of the actions that we propose. Corp's immediate closure of the Coos Bay line almost a year ago has had a crippling impact on real businesses and real people, as you've heard. Without a viable rail connection from this deep water port to the rest of Oregon and the country, the economic future of Oregon's Bay Area is in serious jeopardy. We understood that reality for quite a while. About this time in late August, over 90 years ago, the community and the state itself celebrated the coming of rail to Coos Bay. The three-day festival was highlighted with the marriage of Mr. Eugene Lane, that was Lane County, to Miss Coos Bay by Governor James Whitcomb of Oregon. So let me share a few moments of that ceremony in 1916. Governor speaking, "Citizens of Oregon, we are gathered together here in the sight of the mighty Pacific and in the face of this great company to join together Mr. Eugene Lane and Miss Coos Bay into a state of united prosperity. These two come now to be joined. This is a desirable union, signifying as it does the close relations that shall exist now and forever between the broad Willamette Valley and the borderland of this great commonwealth. Willamette Pacific has adorned and beautified it with ribbons of steel, the greatest miracle to be wrought in the advancement of Western Oregon. Therefore, this union is not to be entered into unadvisedly or lightly, but advisedly, discreetly, and seriously in the hope of the great things that are to come. The bride was given away by the railroad. Vows were made as long as the tide shall flow and the mountains stand, and as long as the rivers run and the broad fields bring forth their fruit. And the governor concluded, those whom bands of steel have joined together, let no man put asunder. And now may this great state of Oregon, founded by the pioneers who braved the dangers of forest and plain, foster and protect you, so that you may abide together in peace, prosperity, and happiness everlasting." Well, you know, Lane County and Coos Bay and the entire state of Oregon are still dedicated to and economically bound to one another. Prosperity came with those ribbons of steel and will grow with the same ribbons of steel in the future. Therefore, we ask you to deny the application for abandonment by Corp and approve the feeder line application by the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay for the entire length of the Coos Bay line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. We'll now hear from Ms. Charmaine, is it Vitek or Vitek? Vitek. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm Charmaine Vitek, manager of the Port of Umpqua at Reedsport, Oregon. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the proposed abandonment of the Coos Bay line of the Oregon Central and Pacific Railroad and the feeder line application submitted by the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay. I have had the good fortune to have been born and raised in Oregon. My husband and I have raised 3 children in the Reedsport area. While I am new to the port industry, I spent many years working for a broadcast industry service firm headquartered in the area. The Port of Umpqua is adamantly opposed to the proposed abandonment of the Coos Bay line by Corp Railroad. In fact, we believe that Corp has an obligation as owner and operator of the railroad to fix the unsafe tunnels, perform long overdue maintenance, and restore service to shippers on the line. Corp's failure to maintain this section of their railroad while seeking money from the state of Oregon to support operations on another portion of the railroad is unacceptable. Corp is not meeting their common carrier obligations for service on the Coos Bay line. The Reedsport-Gardner area of Douglas County once had several major mills employing hundreds of local residents, and the mills used the rail to ship products to market. However, in the downturn in the forest products industry caused by closure of many mills, and our community was severely impacted. Since then, we've worked to encourage redevelopment of the former mill sites to bring new industry and good jobs to the area. And we partner with the state of Oregon, Douglas County, and the Umpqua Economic Development Partnership in those effects. Last September, when one of the key selling points for our site, until last September, when one of the key selling points for our site had been freight rail access. In fact, Douglas County officials working with civic and business leaders in the Reedsport-Gardner area were successful in convincing American Bridge Manufacturing to build their Western fabricating facility on Bolin Island, near Reedsport, in 2003. One of the critical infrastructure requirements for siting American Bridge was rail service. The company needs rail to move large steel pieces inbound for use in fabricating components, and they use rail to ship completed pieces to customers. The loss of rail service in September of 2007 has caused American Bridge to cut their workforce and postpone hiring skilled workers. It also dramatically increased their shipping costs. Failure to restore service on the Coos Bay line would result in the loss of American Bridge for Reedsport-Gardner community. Since it's apparent that Corp and the corporate owners, Rail America, have little, if any, interest in running a railroad in Western Lane, Douglas, and Coos County regions, the Port of Umpqua supports the effort of the Port of Coos Bay to acquire the Coos Bay line and work to restore rail service to shippers in the region. However, Corp must not be allowed to reap a windfall based on their inflated valuation of the remaining infrastructure. Businesses and communities will come together to support the Port of Coos Bay in acquiring the rail line, but it must be at a just and equitable price that benefits everyone. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Dr. Judith Hansen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Judith Hansen, President of Southwestern Oregon Community College, serving Western Douglas, Coos, and Curry counties, the southwest coast of Oregon. Today, I underscore the support for restored and continued rail service that you have heard today from Eugene to Coquille, Oregon. Loss of rail service to the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay and the Oregon South Coast would devastate a recently recovering economy on the critical Pacific Rim, touching every citizen through significant decreases in Pacific Rim jobs, decreases in associated training and retraining opportunities, decrease in tax revenues, and ultimately limited quality of life for our Oregon families. As one of the poorest regions in the state, the ability for the Oregon South Coast to bootstrap itself into economic prosperity hinges on continued rail service from Lane to Coos County. Last year, Southwestern Oregon Community College announced pursuit of 10 new career programs, only possible with the assistance from our local industry partners, anticipating economic growth in allied health, alternative energy, golf course horticulture, construction technology, hospitality, natural resources, tourism, transportation, marine fire science, and manufacturing technology to train workers for the new South Coast job opportunities. The very jobs that will result from continued rail connectivity for the South Coast. Without the local tax base and economic growth that rail service will provide for regional economic development, training, and new jobs will not occur in these 10 fields. In addition to the economic impact that lost rail service to the South Coast would create, social costs will escalate. In a recent statewide economic impact study, it was found that over $1 million a year in medical, welfare, and crime costs in Coos and Curry counties are saved because of jobs and taxes realized from Southwestern Oregon Community College investments. If the social impact of Southwestern Oregon Community College on our South Coast region totals in the millions, the social cost of no rail line and related jobs to Coos and Curry counties, Oregon, and the United States will be incalculable. At Southwestern, we are proud of the alternative learning strategies that federal, state, and local investments have afforded our college. Virtual delivery of instruction has become an element of every classroom and every student's life. However, there is no virtual railroad. The Southwest Oregon coast cannot just deliver container freight, forest products, metals, and marine commodities over a fiber line or microwave to the rest of the state. A healthy economic future for the Oregon South Coast, situated on the strategic Pacific Rim Economic Corridor, is in your hands. An economic future only possible with continuous rail service from Eugene to Coquille, assuring a new economy and new family wage jobs for decades to come. Please approve the feeder line application for the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Thank you, panelists. I just want to thank you, Mr. Slater, for injecting a little bit of history here. It always helps put things in perspective, and sounds like the governor then, just as governors these days, had an awfully good speechwriter, or maybe wrote his own stuff, but it was good stuff either way.
These was as well focused as our current governor.
And I wonder, I hazard to guess, I've spent my career avoiding the practice of domestic relations law, so I'm a little out of my league talking about the legal aspects of marriage or divorce. I wonder if the governor today, if he was here, would wonder if this is a divorce ceremony or what happened to that marriage. It's almost 100 years into it, but
Well, you know, the odd part is that I think the bride and groom still want to be married, and the preacher feels good about it, but the dad that gave them away is stealing the rings back. So I don't know how that would fit in domestic law.
Right. Well, I appreciate you sharing the history. It is worth noting this line has been part of the system of interstate commerce for almost 100 years, and it's survived, I'm sure, many challenges, going through the Depression, a couple world wars. One was going on at the time it opened, and it's worth noting, and hopefully our processes and procedures can see that it doesn't just fade away without making sure every reasonable effort is exhausted to see what can be done.
I appreciate that. Our history, interestingly enough, while we're heavy to forest products, as you've seen, we've been working since the recession of 1980 for recovery. So the efforts of the area, the efforts of the port, the efforts of all the businesses that happen to be there, here we're approaching almost 30 years, and I think very soon, assuming we keep some of these assets we have, will be an overnight success. There'll be a big written article in the Oregonian about the gem of the coast and the economic viability and the wonderful things. But it's a real product of the people that have been there for 30 years, coming up with ways to make those things happen. I was part of the timberlands forest industry for 35 years, and when I joined the company there in 1972, I was one of 26 foresters. My company employed 1,500 people in a county of 60,000. And that same ownership is there today without the mills. They employ 23 people. So try to figure on losing 1,400 truly family wage jobs with benefits, and you see what the area has been doing as it strives to be an economic success. And this is just one nail we cannot afford to have put in the coffin.
Thank you. Commissioner Butcher, any questions for this panel?
I don't have a question. I just caution you about forays into levity at a hearing like this. But anyway, I was glad to hear your references to the happy thoughts surrounding a wedding, because most of everything I've heard today, it sounds more like a funeral than it does a wedding. So I appreciated those positive remarks. Thank you.
Thanks. That'll be all for this panel. Thank you for your patience. We'll invite the next panel forward, which will be Panel 5A, Citizens and Community Groups, including the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club, the Friends of New and Sustainable Industry, Citizens Against LNG, and OCEAN of Oregon. You've each been allocated 5 minutes, and as soon as we're settled, we will start with Ms. Hartman. Welcome. Appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long day for people who drew the straws being on the later panels, but rest assured the later panels' voices will be heard just as much as the earlier ones, and everything will be on the record too. So thank you, and please proceed.
Okay, and I do appreciate it. We've learned a lot sitting here as well, listening. And so Chair Nottingham and Commissioner Buttry, we appreciate you coming to Oregon, because it's been said earlier today, the rail line is here, and this allows some of us to testify who wouldn't make it to DC, and it draws greater public attention to this issue, which is needed. My name is Robin Hartman, and I've worked over this past year for the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club to help citizens engage in the proposal by the Port of Coos Bay and Jordan Cove Energy Project and Williams Pipeline to build a liquefied natural gas, or LNG, terminal at Coos Bay and a 231-mile, 36-inch diameter pipeline to send the gas across southern Oregon rivers, forests, and ranch lands south to the California market. In addition to the impacts of the dredging required for the LNG tankers to use and dock in Coos Bay, and the impacts of construction of the pipeline on private and public property, including 5 major river crossings, the Jordan Cove Energy Project and the Coos Bay's proposal for LNG terminal would involve moving large quantities of volatile gases along this rail line, which could result in significant environmental and safety issues, especially given the state of disrepair of the line. I'm also a resident of Douglas County. I live in Roseburg along the I-5 corridor, and so most of the folks who testified here today, they're my neighbors and members of my community. I also work for Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, which for the last 37 years has helped to protect the environment within Oregon's coastal zone, and this rail line lies within that coastal zone. We have thousands of members in Eugene, between the two organizations and along the coastal region who, through which this line runs, who would be impacted by the decision made to abandon this dilapidated rail line or purchase and operate the line into the future. So today there are 2 broad issues I would like to bring to the attention of the board. First, the board should be aware of the many safety and environmental issues associated with the current state of the rail line, and require that those issues be addressed before the line is abandoned, if that is what happens. And second, the board should be aware of the significant changes proposed for future use of the rail line when and if the proposed liquefied natural gas facility is approved for Coos Bay. As you well know, there are serious concerns about the safety of the tunnels on the rail line, but numerous other environmental and safety issues exist all along the line that need to be addressed. We have received firsthand reports from coastal residents about the disrepair of the line. Residents, for example, who have lived on property adjacent to the line south of Florence on Canary Road for the past 25 years, describe a history of regular derailment of cars, including those carrying wood chips from the mill. It has been reported that there are areas where the rails themselves are running on unstable ground. Since the rail has been embargoed, little maintenance has been done, and many trees are still down and lying across the line from last year's storms. Invasive species are becoming a big issue along the line. The rail line is currently blocking fish passage on a number of historic salmon-bearing streams. These links to upstream spawning areas should be restored. The use of herbicides and pesticides along the rail line also impact watersheds, water quality, and human health. Alternative treatment practices should be sought and used, especially where the line goes through fish-bearing watersheds and along coastal lakes where residents live. The dangerous condition of this rail line in its current state of disrepair is particularly important to consider before approving any purchase or new use of the line, especially by the Port of Coos Bay to support their proposal for a liquefied natural gas terminal with Jordan Cove Energy Project. Some folks today, I think Corp described it, this project falls into the what-if category. At the risk of oversimplifying a very complicated issue, when liquefied natural gas will be shipped in from Russia or another foreign country, it will arrive in Coos Bay as hot gas, which has a high concentration of natural gas liquids, or NGLs. So you've got LNG for liquefied natural gas and NGLs for these these other gases that can't be sent through the pipeline once the supercooled liquid is regasified. These more dangerous components will be removed on site and will become byproducts of what the company calls a BTU control system, then will be available for separate sale as propane, ethane, and butane. Jordan Cove Energy Project and the Port of Coos Bay have provided very limited information about how much of these natural gas liquids will be shipped via rail car along this line into Eugene, but leave the public and others to make some difficult conversions and estimations to make a ballpark guess. But even with conservative estimates, the number of rail cars could be in the hundreds per year. So what we do know is that there will be a billion cubic feet of gas regasified per day. We know some percentage of that includes these natural gas liquids. We know that the gas will be shipped as Y-grade to Eugene, then on to 2 plants in the Midwest, either in Conway, Kansas or Mount Belvieu, Texas, where it will be processed into ethane, butane or propane, because there are no Y-grade fractionators in the Pacific Northwest. We know that the Y-grade will be loaded onto DOT-certified rail cars, typically 112J 340W cars, if you know what those are, I don't, with a capacity of 33,700 gallons. We know that some of the NGL would be stored on Coos Bay site in barrels called bullets. So in any case, these are dangerous gases, and the board should really consider that as you work to consider repair of the lines. Let me just kind of wrap up here. In closing, we recognize and agree with the others about the importance of repairing the line and keeping it operating. We just think that the board should carefully review current environmental and safety hazards associated with abandonment, and further, the Surface Transportation Board's section of environmental analysis. We'd recommend that they conduct a similar NEPA review of the proposed future uses of the rail line and assure all repair issues are addressed to an even higher standard, because if there are derailment issues with these hazardous gases, it's not going to be the same as if a wood chip rail car is derailed. And to do that before the line is sold to a new entity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. We'll now hear from Ms. Jody McCaffrey from Citizens Against LNG.
Thank you for having me. I live actually in an area that if you go get a National Geographic magazine, it's one of the 50 top places to live in the United States. Their adventure magazine just listed us as that. I would like to ask, the press on this in our area was vague about the August 11th deadline, and so there's people here that aren't testifying because they didn't realize they had to get in by that day. So I'm just asking that the record remain open for an additional 2 weeks so that there can be more public participation. I am speaking on behalf of myself and also expressing concerns of our group. We feel that operational rail line from Coos Bay to Eugene is an important and necessary transportation infrastructure for our area. We currently have no bus service to and from the area and are in the process of losing our Portland connection by air. This is despite a $20 million investment in a new terminal, and I'm saying that because sometimes throwing money at projects doesn't mean that they're successful. I think this rail issue is actually a bigger one than this hearing is going to be able to talk about, because if you look at the Transcontinental Railroad, that probably would not have been a success without some government involvement. Actually, there are no state funds or federal funds, even though railroads are a statewide transportation system, that are able to help a railroad in a matter of when they get into a bind. There are funds for airports and other transportation modes, but not rail. In fact, our state has a state railroad rehabilitation fund. Nobody's ever put a dime into it. While an operational rail line to Eugene is an important necessary transportation infrastructure for our area, we do not feel the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay should be the owner or the operator of this line. We feel an elected, by the people, state or regional board or body specific to the railroad would be a better solution. The reason for this is many, and I hope you will read my letter that I submitted, but I'll hit the highlights. We feel the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay is, the Port Commission is a non-elected body and it has not been accountable, nor has it listened to the public. The Oregon International Port of Coos Bay has no experience in operating a rail line. Taxpayers are being asked to fund a project that could be extremely costly and in the end may not be viable because of that cost. I actually did submit copies, and I know some people have turned this into, of what the Transportation Department came up with. In here, Corp estimates 120 to 140 million for the railroad, but I want you to also look at the other projects and the enormous expense of the other projects that the port has proposed and other people. Where is this money going to come from? This is a great concern. I enclosed some pictures of the railroad because this railroad is in horrible shape. It's not just a matter of fixing a few tunnels. I know when the legislators were up here, they talked about this dredging bill of the ports, the $60 million dredging bill. I participated in those Senate bill hearings. I brought up about the railroad. I provided that specific part of my testimony. I'll be happy to provide all my testimony if you would like. And we were told at that time, because I was thinking, look at the big picture. You can dredge your bay. You can sink $200 million into dredging your bay, but if you don't have a railroad, you have nothing. And I was told that not to worry, private money would be fixing that rail line, and we can see that did not happen. And this is a significant reason because the port really needs that railroad to be operational to get this $60 million. It's tied to that. So I feel there could be a conflict of interest there a little bit. We feel the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay has not demonstrated competence. Port dealings with businesses, we usually have secretly behind closed doors. We find out after the fact that they're doing this. And what the history of our port has been is one port boondoggle after another. I'm not saying the current people operating the port are that way, but that's been our history of our port. In fact, we have a lot of port infrastructure in our port that is rotting and not being maintained. Our port has a lot of issues just dealing with the port, and I think to take on a railroad would be a little bit much. That is a great concern because of the Jordan Cove Energy Project, which I'm a head of an organization that we're fighting that. Because if that gets approval, any accidents that might occur involving these hazardous natural gas liquids would actually fall on taxpayers if the line was publicly owned. We are concerned that the condition of the track is such that the port, because they need to have their other things operating, would maybe get that line going when it really wasn't in the condition it should be to run. And tankers coming in, according to some reports which I have listed, could have 15 to 20% of these natural gas liquids. At 1 billion cubic feet a day, 15% would be 1.87 million gallons of natural gas liquids that could be going over that line. That's a lot. I mean, if there was an accident, it would not just be a chip car. And this line has had a lot of chip derailments because it's such poor condition. I have a lot of questions that I would like to ask, like what guarantees the public that the line would not be a money loser? And how can the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay determine they would be a better operator than Corp? And is there a third nonpartisan party looking at the cost? Before taxpayers sink money into this, is the cost, what's the cost? What's the bottom line? If you're getting it from one or the other, it's probably slanted. It's a third party. It'd be nice to know what they say the line's worth and if it's operational. We do not oppose a public partnership ownership of the railroad, but are adamant that any public involvement or funds concerning this Coos Bay line have strict oversight by an elected, by the people, state or regional board specific to the railroad. This board needs to be highly accountable to the public. Since the Coos Bay line impacts Coos, Douglas, and Lane counties and extends beyond the jurisdiction of the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay, An elected regional or state board would help give better representation and oversight to impacted landowners and businesses in all these counties. We hope the Surface Transportation Board will consider all these issues before accepting the feeder line application by the Oregon International Port of Coos Bay.
Thank you, Ms. McCaffrey. I don't have any questions for this panel. I did want to note, though, that just to reiterate that the record will, the deadline, I should say, for comments on the abandonment application in this matter is August 28th, and on the feeder line application is August 29th. And so if anyone felt they were not able to participate today, they've got until those dates to get their comments in. Commissioner Butcher, any questions for this panel?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your time and patience today. You'll be dismissed, and the next panel will be brought forward. This will be panel 5B, the North Bend School District, the state retired state rail planning official, Nancy Nichols, and Timothy A. Larkins, and also a representative from the Brotherhood of Electrical Union, Cellar Nugent, the BLET.
Yes.
Welcome, and we'll start with Ms. Hollensteiner of the North Bend School District.
Okay. B.J. Hollensteiner. For many years, the schools on South Coast have been losing students because of restrictions on fishing and timber harvesting and the subsequent disappearance of businesses that has supported those activities. It's projected that further erosion of business opportunities will decrease with the elimination of train service to the metropolitan area. When schools lose enrollment, the array of programs offered to students decreases. The smaller the high school, the fewer electives are available for students. For example, our high school currently offers professional technical classes, art, and music with multi-levels and content in each area. In my experience, these types of programs disappear as enrollment decreases, as there are not enough students to fill those classrooms. Districts cannot afford to hire teachers for classrooms with less than 25 or more students, given the funding levels. The high school begins to become a mainly academic required type program with minimal access to those types of classes that are of high interest to students. We're still able to maintain the bare necessities of professional, technical, art, dance, and music, but usually in just one or two areas rather than the array found in high schools of 700 and plus students. This is not to say that professional, technical, music, and art are not academic and do not teach students academic skills. They do. It's just that students need the full array of these classes as they need the full array of required English, math, and science. This not only occurs in the area of academic programs, but also in the extracurricular program offerings and after-school academic programs that assist students who need additional time with a teacher. We currently have students who attend an after-school credit recovery class. These types of classes also end up being eliminated when enrollment falls below a critical mass. When high schools get too small, they often do not have enough students to complete a team in some sport or activity that do not commonly draw a large portion of the student body. Every opportunity lost to a student translates into a student who may be more at risk. My experience and the research is clear that students who have access to an array of classes and extracurricular activities that include those outside the required do better than in school and usually attend more consistently. This then leads to students who are better prepared to enter the workforce and become productive members of society. I am concerned that the elimination or reduction of train service to the South Coast could accelerate the loss of students we are already experiencing and therefore diminish our programs even further. I would urge you to find a compromise that will allow railroad service to continue and allow businesses to flourish on the South Coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Mr. Edward Immel.
Yes, Chairman Nottingham, Commissioner Buttery. My name is Edward Immel, and I'm representing myself. From May 1980 through until March 2004, I was employed as the state rail planner by the Oregon Department of Transportation. During this period of time, I was well-versed in appearing before the ICC, the STB, abandonment, sales conversions of rail lines. I also was responsible for the administration of the Federal Local Rail Service Assistance Act, which provided rehabilitation funds. So we had a pretty good idea of what was going on in the railroad, especially after the Staggers Act, when things were really frantic as rail lines were spun off, until it didn't take too long. We're over 50% of the rail lines in Oregon are either short line or regional railroads, and about 60% of the shippers are on those same lines. I think I'm the only one in the room today that was at the birth of the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad, and I thought it was quite different than some of the other lines the Southern Pacific spun off. Prior to this time, the SP leased their lines rather than sold them. And the SP invited the state to be a partner in this, and we actually hired consultants working on what is now the Willamette Pacific Portland Western line. And we had a clear understanding of what was going to happen under the new short line operators, and the shippers felt comfortable in that. The Corp, for some reason, was a sale, and it was really surrounded, and we thought, of quite a bit of secrecy. Even today, I don't know what the terms are for on the sale, although we do know on the lease that the new carrier could not allow the lines to fall below the condition at which they accepted it. At one of these early Corp meetings, when they might be the potential owner, they presented their business plan, and ourselves, the DOT and the Oregon PUC, were taken aback that they were only going to expend $3,000 per mile for maintenance on the rail line. This was wholly inadequate for the rail line. These are two very, very difficult lines to operate. We said that if they were going to go ahead with that the state was going to formally oppose their transaction before the appropriate, I think it was ICC at that time. They finally agreed to up that number to $6,000 per mile, but we still felt that it was below the $10,000 that was really needed to maintain the line in an adequate condition. The state had regularly inspected the lines over the years. Some of our inspectors actually worked on the rail lines, grew up maintaining tracks, and I think we had a better understanding of the condition of the rail line than Railtex did. And later on, Railtex kind of admitted that. We just think, my impression is that the purchasers of the line did not undertake a thorough due diligence study of what they were acquiring. We knew more about it than what they did, and I thought that was a little strange when you're going to spend millions of dollars. Several years later, the railroad came to the state and said, we need some assistance for the Coos Bay drawbridge. Using ICE-T funds, we had $5 million set aside to work on that. Several years later, there was an additional appropriation in order to repair the bridge. I also noticed over the years the gradual deterioration of the infrastructure on the Coos Bay line. When the Southern Pacific left, there were stretches of 40-mile-an-hour track. This then degenerated 30 miles an hour track, 20 miles per hour, and finally 10 miles an hour. And all of this came up with increased operating costs as crews went dead on time and trains couldn't make their schedules. The Oregon legislature created the Connect Oregon program, which provided $100 million, and I think we heard some mention of that earlier, in non-highway infrastructure. This was the first major provision of funds, public assistance funds, that were available to the railroads in the state of Oregon. And we used some of the Connect Oregon funds for additional work on the Coos Bay drawbridge. Shortly after that, I left the state and retired, but I was retained by a consulting firm to take a look at the first round of applications in the Connect Oregon program. I was taken aback when Corp's #1 priority was the construction of a new rail yard at Winchester. It appeared to me that it was quite inappropriate given the known bridge, track, and tunnel conditions on the railroad. To me, it looked like refinishing the hardwood floors in your house when the roof constantly leaked. My impression of the ownership under Railtex and Rail America was disinvesting in the infrastructure. At some point, the raising scrap value with the rail line probably made the inverses to what they had in revenue and what they also needed to retire their debt, probably made quite a bit of sense when we were originally doing track rehab. rail was $195, $225 a ton. Now it's $800, $900 a ton. And all you had to do is sit there and wait. There's no effort on your part to get that nice increase in value. So even though there was a chance to get money, Corp did not apply for it. And my understanding is in the Connect Oregon 2, which is another $100 million, there was an application by Corp. And as you heard earlier from the legislature, there in fact may be a Connect Oregon 3. And so, I think the funding was available, but for some reason, a decision was made or not made by Corp and its owners to apply for those funds that were actually available. I think that in all this decision, I don't think the line shippers were really taken into the equation. I know we did when we were working with Southern Pacific on the other abandonments that were taking place and spin-offs. The shippers were an integral part of the decision-making process. And when we went into it, we had support of all the shippers rather than what appears to be kind of an antagonistic situation. In closure, I believe that the Coos Bay line was a victim of deferred maintenance since its inception. And that outside of the public, either the Port of Coos Bay asking for assistance on the drawbridge, the railroad refused or did not take advantage of considerable amount of funding that was available. And I should point out in the Connect Oregon 1 and 2, some of these grants have been $7, $8 million. I mean, we're not talking, chump change here. We're talking about significant investments in the state's rail infrastructure. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rimmel. We'll now hear from Ms. Nancy Nichols. Welcome.
My name is Nancy Nichols. I live at 93849 Deadwood Creek Road, Deadwood, Oregon. I came to speak to the environmental issues in this case before you. I've been a membership of the leadership board of the Siuslaw Watershed Council for over 10 years. I've seen the council repeatedly reach out to this railroad offering help to replace culverts that are blocking fish passage. They have not been interested, even with culverts that clearly had safety problems in addition to the fish passage issues. I think you probably heard some of this. The owners of this rail line have been consciously refusing needed repairs for years. If you allow Rail America to abandon this line, require real abandonment, require removal of all culverts and bridges, require replanting the rail bed with native vegetation, require Rail America to put the landscape back the way it was before there was a rail line, require Rail America to post a bond sufficient to do this work for their offer to be accepted. While complete removal of the railroad might seem like the best choice from an environmental point of view, this may not be the case. Rail is a very energy efficient transportation. This is an important factor arguing to keep this railroad running. A fair balance could be had with an accessible local owner who addressed the rail's environmental problems. If you accept the offer from the Port of Coos Bay, I believe local groups will find a partner that they can work with to improve local salmon runs. To make sure, the board should add wording which encourages the port to address fish passage issues. You have the opportunity here to make a decision that improves the local economy in more than one way. Fishing is in trouble, and anything that increases access to spawning grounds will increase the number of fish. More fish benefits commercial fishing, the tourist industry, and the general quality of life in the coastal areas. Hopefully you can address these issues in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. We'll now hear from Mr. Seller Knight of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Seller Nugent with the BLE&T, and I want to thank you for coming all this way to Eugene so you can hear different opinions of what goes on. I have over 40 years of railroading under my belt, starting first with the Southern Pacific. These comments are submitted by the Oregon State Legislative Board of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, BLE&T, a division of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Rail Division. Corp's July 14, 2008 STB filing stems from deteriorated tunnel conditions on their line between Eugene and Coquille, Oregon. The tunnel conditions that eventually prompted the discontinuance of service were readily apparent when Corp leased the line from Southern Pacific, now Union Pacific. Corp's embargo beginning in September 21st, 2007 was a direct result of Corp's deliberate deferred maintenance of these tunnels. BLE&T notes that no unavoidable and unanticipated catastrophic event occurred that led to the closure of these tunnels. Corp had commissioned a study as early as 1994 from Shannon and Wilson that concluded the health of the tunnels was poor. And in a 2004 report, Milber Pita and Associates cautioned that a catastrophic collapse was a possibility. Despite being forewarned, Corp waited 3 more years before closing the line because, according to parent company Rail America Vice President Paul Lundberg, quote, "The embargo of the Coos Bay line was based solely on Corp's safety concern for Corp's employees." BLE&T cannot help but wonder why Corp was not concerned about the safety of their employees in the interim between 2004 assessment warning of a catastrophic tunnel collapse and the embargo of 2007. Oregon's railroads perform a vital service to the state's economy. Aside from providing service to the many shippers along the routes, the rail carriers remove hundreds of thousands of tons of merchandise from Oregon's highways, resulting in less road maintenance, traffic, and pollution. Increased economic development in Oregon is directly tied to the ability to transport large amounts of commodities quickly and efficiently. For this reason, the people of Oregon have been willing to subsidize railroads with funds through programs like Connect Oregon. If a carrier is a beneficiary of the public funds and fails to perform routine maintenance that is vital to keep the line in operation, that carrier is in violation of the public trust. Corp's pre-knowledge of the existing tunnel conditions and lack of response provides clear proof of their intent. BLE&T believes that the Corp treated the Coquille Branch infrastructure as a finite resource by denying the funds for tunnel repairs that are an inherent expense in railroad operations throughout the world. Corp, in effect, mined the Coquille Branch until it was no longer a viable resource. The short-sighted practice resulted in the de facto, and we feel, unlawful abandonment of the line and ensuing economic harm to the shippers and employees whose livelihood depended on the rail transportation of their goods. The cost to repair the tunnels likely exceeds the resource of any one purchaser, and public funds will likely once again be needed to restore service to that line. In the past years, when Southern Pacific operated this and the Siskiyou line from Springfield Junction to Black Butte, they had crews that did nothing but repair the tunnels. That was their whole job. It was ongoing system-wide wherever they had tunnels with rock bores or timberline casings. In the past, Corp has tried to get the signal system removed from Springfield to Roseburg, citing maintenance costs. You cannot put a price on safety, and they were ordered to keep the signals operating. They're going to or have stopped using the line from Ashland to Weed, citing again maintenance costs. This has forced the Wairika Western Railroad to go out of business because they would only get service once a week at their interchange with Corp at Montague. The shipper on the line went to trucks because the Wairika Western could not provide the service they needed thanks to Corp. If corporations such as Rail America are allowed to abuse critical infrastructure to the failing point and simply walk away, there will come to a point where damage to that infrastructure will exceed the financial incentive and public resolve to restore it. At that point, the infrastructure will be lost and economic impacts to the affected communities may be permanent and insurmountable. I believe if you look at the first large mergers of railroads back in the 70s, the Great Northern, Northern Pacific, CB&Q, and the SP&S were merged into the BN and then the BNSF. The carrier stated they needed to keep this to keep all the railroads operating. They needed to make this merger. They would be able to pool their money, so to speak, and help marginal lines to keep serving customers. The ICC approved these mergers on that basis. When Southern Pacific merged with the Denver Rio Grande, it was the same argument, and the merger was granted. We believe when Corp took over the operation of these lines, they were supposed to keep all the plant in good condition, and they have failed to do so. BLE&T recommends the Surface Transportation Board decline Corp's request for abandonment until such time as Corp has restored the line to service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nugent, if you referenced a 2004 engineering report that was provided to Corp, if I followed you, that pointed out some serious safety problems with the tunnels, and I just...
Yeah, Corp they'd commissioned a study as early as 1994 from Shannon and Wilson.
Okay, so 94, okay.
Yes. And then they had another report from Milbor, Pita and Associates in 2004. This is what my record shows.
And we may have some of that information, but in case we don't, if you, whatever you know about those studies, if you could help us by getting that in the record or providing that to our staff so we can get it in the record, it may be relevant. I don't know, but thanks. Mr. Immel, thank you for being here. You bring a wealth of experience and knowledge, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
And I wanted to ask you, in your professional experience, it looks like this is obviously going to be an expensive project for anybody to take over this rail line now that it's in the state it's in. And it's always been, according to your testimony and others, it's always been a fairly expensive line to run given the geography and everything, the weather. Is the Port of Coos Bay, are they going to be able, and you're familiar with the legislature a little bit, and if not more than a little bit, and funding patterns, and do you think, in your professional opinion, that if the port were granted ownership of this line through the feeder line process, they'd be able to keep it going and be a responsible, effective owner of the railroad?
Well, I think I want to do the last one first, and as operations, and I think there was some fear that the port was going to get in operating the railroad. That's not necessarily true. I've seen some very successful public operations and also some where they had to get private sector in to make them work, and I would assume they would look at what is the best way. I would think that in the operation of the line, of the Coos Bay line, and over the years, my opinion has been that that line is extremely expensive. You heard how many miles of bridges are on that rail line and tunnels out of the whole thing, and that I always felt it would be very difficult to make money on that rail line for your corporate owners. And when the line was sold rather than just leased, you added the burden of retirement of debt. And so I think those two activities together make it very difficult for private sector to come in on their own, buy it, operate it, and make money on it. I think where we're in a situation where we are right now is you're taking part of that operation, that operational expense, and that is state grants, et cetera, to help bring this line up to decent repair. Again, over the long run, I think whether it's public owner or privately owned, we have the nature and the geography that line is running through. And it's going to be, you got to continue to stay on top of the bridges. You got to continue to stay on top of on the tunnel issues. And then I think that's what our inspectors saw was, like the gentleman said down here, the SB had a tunnel crew. That's all they did. Corp has a tunnel crew. I don't know, but they got a bridge crew. And so, I think you have to realize what you're getting yourself into and budget appropriately and come up with a pro forma that meet not only the rehabilitation, which can be very difficult, but at least the ongoing maintenance of what's out there. And I think part of it, the shipper's willingness to perhaps pay a surcharge to help make that line more viable is a good sign. And I've seen some other marginal lines where that has made the difference between failure and at least the line still operating.
You shared your experience with negotiating with Corp about what type of maintenance investment they would put in, the $3,000 per mile versus $6,000, and you shared that $10,000 probably would have been a more appropriate number.
Right. We had, at that time, our track inspectors were over at the PUC, and one of them actually worked on the Coos Bay line before he came over. And so we had a very good idea of what was needed out there. And that's why we were so opposed to the $3,000. I mean, as I said to them, this ain't Kansas. You know, we got miles of bridges and tunnels. And they were taken quite aback at that. And when we said 10,000, oh, no, there's no way it's going to be 10,000. Well, the 6,000 wasn't even adequate out of that. And probably the 10,000 now, with deferred maintenance, you probably got to up that even more.
I was going to ask if you were to update that to today's dollars and today's realities on the line.
I'd probably say $14,000, $15,000 a mile. I mean, there's some of it that's very easy to maintain. There's other parts of the rail line, like the Siskiyou line's got 2.75% grades. I mean, it's a mountain railroad. But they got tunnel problems, and the Coos Bay line has got bridge and tunnel problems, or I didn't say problem, but ongoing challenges.
Good. Commissioner Buttrey, any questions from this panel? Well, thank you, panel. I appreciate your patience and your testimony today. I believe that brings us to the end of our hearing this afternoon. I do want to once again thank our friends and colleagues at the General Services Administration who help maintain this beautiful space and this beautiful building, and for allowing us to come in. I'd also like to thank the district court here for allowing us to share their space. And thank all the witnesses today. I also want to thank our staff at the STB for making this happen on short notice and coming across the country to do it. With that, this hearing is closed. As I mentioned, the period to offer comments in these two proceedings goes on until the dates I had mentioned later this month. And with that being said, we are adjourned.